Good morning, Brawlers. It is the April monthly finals. I'm Tridd, this is Ark, and we're going to bring you a couple of games today that you're sure to enjoy.
Absolutely. Kicking things off with the Asia group then, and it's going to be a really exciting week. Many brawlers have kind of shifted in the meta. I think we're going to see a lot of brawlers that we've not really seen yet coming into the play of things today, so I'm personally really looking forward to that, Tridd.
Absolutely, of course, we had Sprout be released and able to be played in competitive play, so we're expecting that to appear in our matches later today. But we thought we'd recap some of the picks we've seen in the tournament so far by taking a look at the pick rates from our previous monthly finals.
Yeah, no surprises there. Gene doing very, very well in terms of the win rates, right up there with 51%. Gene's been a very, very dominant brawler in the pro scene for a long time, and I can expect to see more Gene bans coming along today, and definitely more success rate as far as he's concerned.
Absolutely, and Sandy and Max have been up there as well in terms of pick rate. We've also got to be conscious, of course, of the ban system we use. Each team can ban a brawler from the start of a series. They don't see what each other has banned, so sometimes that means only one brawler gets removed because they pick the same thing. I don't know if that's going to happen necessarily today, but it might happen with Sprout, because we do know that we saw the same thing with Jackie, shall we say. When Jackie came out, people just took Jackie off the field because they weren't really sure how best to utilize them and didn't want to run the risk of someone else figuring it out before them.
Yeah, absolutely. With new brawlers, it does come into play, the idea of just kind of like eradicating it early on with lack of sort of practice and such. But here we have the schedule: Jupiter versus OPNooB up first today. Really excited for those games. OPNooB making a new appearance today for the first time, so very keen to see how they kind of like collect themselves and go up against Jupiter, who have been performing very, very well, Tridd, in previous months here.
Yeah, and the format we're going to be rolling with today is we're going to have the group stage for Asia, and then we're going to have the group stage for Europe, both best of 5 round robins. And of course, we're talking about maps, so you need to win 2 maps in each of those to be able to take it as a point towards your overall set score. Here's the rosters for the matchup. We've got Ponkotsu, Hagego, Milgrayer, and Tensai for Jupiter, coming out of the APAC and Japan region. And we have Love, Kuni, and Ben Kim coming from Korea.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see what Jupiter actually do today. We've seen many things from them in the past with kind of like long-range comps, short-range comps, and just kind of mixing it up between the two. So what they do today would be just very interesting to see if they try to keep OPNooB on their toes as they have been doing and demonstrating in previous weeks.
Yeah, so we've taken a look at some of the highlights from the previous matchups that they've had. And it's Jupiter. Like I said, the roster is Milgrayer, Hagego, Ponkotsu, and Tensai.
Yeah, I mean, with regards to bans, what are you kind of expecting to see here, Tridd? Like, what kind of brawlers do you think that these teams are going to be banning? Because it does vary from time to time. Especially with different regions, we often see different bans coming into effect from different regions.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a lot of Sprout bans this week, and it will maybe get through 1 or 2 of the matches, but primarily will be taken away. I know from other work we've done this week that you're very keen and you think we're going to see a lot of BB this week.
Oh, absolutely. BB right now, in terms of the meta, is doing very, very well. I think it's absolutely certain for me that we're going to see BB and maybe even some bans for BB. Her gadget is very strong as well. The additional healing that she can gain, that additional speed that we got from that balancing update is doing very, very well as far as she's concerned. But the bans are in, as you predicted. Sprout straight up being banned by Jupiter very early on, and Gene, who obviously knows got a very, very high success rate.
Yeah, Gene's one of my favorite brawlers, and he's going to mainstay of the ban screen for the previous 2 monthly finals that we've had. And of course, you saw it on the stats there as well. He's getting a lot of play time and brings a lot of impact when he does find his way onto these maps. So it doesn't surprise me that he's been banned out in this instance. Sprout, like we've already touched on, new brawler. People may not want to take the risk. Here's your map set for today. We're starting off on Heist, and the map for this week is Tornado Ring.
Yeah, Tornado Arena. I think for me, probably like to see like some maybe like some M's here. I think M's is a really, really strong brawler that I would be looking to pick, and yeah, various other things like that. I think are going to be a very good way to sort of establish some very good ground control and area denial and that kind of thing.
Couldn't agree more. Just about to jump into the matchup. I think also we might see. I don't know, I think we saw a comp like last week in some other work we were doing, Ark, where, you know, we might see a repeat of the slambulance, as I called it when we were there, where we've got some beefy boys up in the front line with a healer like Poco to support them. It had certain impact. I don't know if it was 100% a comp I would always run, but I see some prospect in it.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say that these teams can definitely do to kind of give themselves an upper edge and advantage in that respect is to mix up the game. We've seen that especially like in the Asia group last month was, you know, changing comps between games, like not kind of being too consistent and too predictable, I think goes a long, long way. And even with like a winning comp, showing that you're not afraid to just kind of completely change that up for the next game under the expectation of your opponents kind of expecting you to continue using that. It's going to help teams if they can just try to be as unpredictable as possible.
Yeah, and unpredictability can lead to some deceptive things, I would say, or interesting things. Personally, I'd be on the lookout for stuff we haven't seen before, like you know, Mortis. As much as I hate it, you said you were talking the talk about the Mortis in our rehearsals. So will we actually see him? Is there a viable reason to have him on this map in particular, Ark?
100% success rate, but it is Heist. I think that it's going to be a tough call to go for a Mortis pick on Heist. But here we go, getting things kicked off. Then Tripp's going with a Brock Max M's pick. And almost the mirror comp being picked as well by OPNooB, but going for the Rosa option, which I think is going to be great in terms of aggression here.
Yeah, able to get up in each other's faces, and the Rose is going to be able to try and take the fight to Ponkotsu. We see that on the right-hand side. Great use of the gadget to deflect the aggression. And there's Hagego with the speed boost. Milcreo and Max are going to be on the back line. They've got a clear line of sight on the safe. They're going to get loads of damage in here.
Wow, what a great start as well. The takedowns by Jupiter came in thick and fast, and now the pressure is really on OPNooB. They're going to be able to defend this, and they're struggling right now. Tridd, another Brock Super going out as well. M's damage. This was all over so quickly.
They have absolutely had no chance to respond there, Ark, and what a dominant performance for Jupiter in this first game.
It really was a blink and you missed it straight off the bat. Jupiter laying down the gauntlet early on, and OPNooB now are going to have to just kind of really think about how they're going to approach this team. Maybe they've underestimated Jupiter early on.
That was basically the one push and done by Jupiter. As soon as they got that first pick onto the Rosa, got into the back line behind the remaining members that are actually on the field and not respawning, they just were able to push up to the safe, and it looked like OPNooB had no chance of regaining control. And once you enter that position, well, you may as well just tap out, because even if you do stop the assault, you're sitting at a huge deficit to try and come back from.
It was a really difficult thing once they were pushed back into that spawn exactly, and the Rosa pick maybe didn't help with that situation as well. Unable to use the super to kind of push back in that respect. If you can't earn your super to sort of be able to pop that shield, you're kind of stuck in spawn. And we are going to see a comp change as well, actually, in response to that by OPNooB, going with an El Primo pick this time, but I'm not sure that that's going to do too much different in all honesty, Tridd.
I mean, if you get your super online, you have that extra ability to keep up with the state of play by just using the elbow drop as a relocation. But I don't know if it's, I agree with you, I don't think it's an issue of which beefy boy they brought to the fire. I just think that short range is really going to make you struggle when you're struggling to take control of territory. But nice push up there. Hagago will get the turnaround because he got some reinforcements from Ponkotsu. So it's going to be a safe rush as we have two on here. But Milcreo is alive with the super, uses it defensively to be able to try and deflect some of this damage. The OPNooB are assaulting the safe, and they're about to match the percentage as well. But Milcreo hoping to deflect it. Ems gets that last shot in just to make sure that they stay even. But the Ems are sticking around and making this go on much longer. But here's the offensive by Hagego. All three members up onto the safe, and they just need to find a couple more shots. The incendiary will take. Hagego goes in close, and he gets it. That's going to be Jupiter picking up the second game on this map, and they go 1-0 in the series.
I'm just looking at this performance already early on and thinking, wow, Jupiter really brought the fire today. I don't know whether you noticed, but milkRayo in that defensive position there was basically single-handedly holding down the defense on behalf of his team, and then run up to go and get some additional damage on the offense side of things. So great performance from him. And here we see as well the HP damage this time round this month for teams, and we can see there that OPNooB just weren't able to really get a foot in the door when it came to dealing damage, and obviously with Heist, it's all about dealing that damage.
Yeah, they weren't able to. Maxed out scoreline for Jupiter because they blew up the safe both times. It didn't even come down to a question of what was going to happen or whether it was going to run down to an issue of percentage. They just cleared the objective incredibly fast as well. I think one of the things that helped milkRayo on that defense, though, Ark, was the incendiary star power. Having that residual damage on the path, especially we saw in the left-hand side or the left lane in our replay package, we saw that as they were traveling down, they were taking the direct impact from the shots from Brock. They also had to step over the pool of fire that was in the way, so they were constantly ticking down damage just to get to the safe. It made the 2v1 so much easier for milkRayo to manage.
Yeah, well spotted. And also that gadget, the use of his gadget, I think that milkRayo was actually going to get taken down in that respect. And by using that gadget to get that jump away from the Primo, it worked out perfectly just to extend that range and to be able to kind of continue that pressure. Otherwise, it may have been a different story.
Yes, we're jumping on to our next map shortly. It's a 1-0 lead for Jupiter in an incredibly dominant fashion. So hopefully that's not the tempo that's been set for the rest of the series, especially if your team OPNooB and you're looking to get the right foot forward when we're into this group stage. Because that's the format. You're not gone home. You're still going to play 2 matches, but it's much easier to try and claim victory from a 2-0 scoreline than it is from a 1-1 scoreline on the day.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. The mental mind games come into effect, and being able to kind of like come back when you're down can be very tricky. And arguably as the underdog, there's a lot of pressure maybe there as well. And as we've absolutely seen Jupes performing before in these monthly finals, it is the first time for them today, and OPNooB maybe a couple of like beginners' nerves in that respect.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to shake them off fast, Ark. Jupiter are a team we're very familiar with in these monthly finals, and see, I think they're sitting around about second, or I think joint second in the global leaderboard right now for their team. So it's a very hard introduction to the Brawl Stars monthly finals when you go up a team of this caliber. We're going to be jumping into that second map now when we're moving over to Siege. It is Junk Park, which is our map for this week.
And we are going to see BB for the first time in the monthly finals. So that's a really interesting thing. We hadn't seen BB used at all until today. And Jesse actually looking at the map right now. And 2 brawlers that we've never seen play before coming into the meta. So really interesting to see that.
Well, he just wants to show off the spooky Jesse skin. Gets up a frag, and milkRayo's going to get that the second bolt for his team. Trying to see some kind of retaliation from OPNooB, and Inbolt sent back over to the base. And it looks like first siege bot coming up in favor, and it's already in that area. Just going to try and make that connection. A lot of damage taken away, but it all came down, and they were able to get 55% on that safe, on that Ike, sorry.
That's a lot of damage early on for a 1 push, and it's definitely Jupiter now which have a bit of control over the mid, and yeah, I'm struggling to see whether OPNooB are going to be able to come back from this. If Jupiter keep getting this much damage as they do so, milkRayo just has Ben Kim wrapped under his thumb, as does Pankotsu there as well, and making it look so easy today, Tridd.
Yeah, it's a bit of a breath of relief for OPNooB. They've been able to get their own siege bot right now. It's a level 4, so nothing too powerful. And he's being stopped in the center. Great ult there. Great super by Jackie to pull away the aggro and let the siege bot move forward. They are going to come back with the invulnerability shields, though, so they should be able to juggle the aggro and stop this bot from hitting the Ike. Will allow a brief connection because we actually saw milkRayo go on the offensive, I think, a little bit too early, and I think that sacrificed damage. They weren't able to successfully juggle the siege bot.
Yeah, and zero control now as well, as all of OPNooB went down there. I think maybe like a bit of overcommitment. They may have served themselves better to be a little bit on the defensive side of that push and just kind of remain in control. But yet now we see the push so far back they can't gain control. A level 13 siege bot coming in for Jupiter.
Well, this is basically done and dusted because it's the last siege arc as well. They have no method of retaliation after this to equalize the health. And Milcreo is just abusing his range. Ponkotsu gets the bounce with the bubble as well. They're maximizing the damage. And Jupiter will take the first game of Siege.
Jupiter showing no signs of slowing down today. And at this rate, it's looking like this is going to be done and dusted very, very quickly. OPNooB now got to assess themselves, got to think whether it's to do with the comps they're picking or the kind of like communication between the teams in their voice chat, or just kind of, what is the reason right now for this lack of synergy that we're seeing, and how can they kind of overcome this to move forwards?
But it's also, Ark, I think it's also, like, you got to look at how dominant Jupiter has been and how fragile the mentality of OPNooB is going to be in this one, right? Because they're a brand new team, they're not familiar with this stage, and they're going up against an incredibly powerful one that's showing them no mercy whatsoever. Like, this is their introduction to Brawl Stars Championship, and there may be some self-doubt about whether they were ready for it or not.
Well, they're not here to make friends, they're here to earn points and, of course, prize money. So with that in mind, I can absolutely empathize with why they're not showing that mercy, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon.
Oh, absolutely. An early lead in favor of Jupiter yet again. They have absolute domination here in the middle of the map, and they're going to get that level 4 siege bot to kick things off.
Yeah, I like Hageo's pick again of going with the long range. Brock can do so much effectiveness here by supering that mid area to make that distance between the bot going for the push on the siege Ike much shorter. So I fully expect that he'll be looking to cycle that super and get that wall down as quickly as possible.
With a level 4 siege bot, they've already dropped it down to 50%. That shouldn't be happening often, considering that all members of OPNooB were alive when the push came in.
Yeah, you'd think so, and a lot of maybe errors happening there with regards to tanking that damage from the bot to kind of relieve the... I love that jump there from Hagego, getting out of harm's way of that Brock gadget, using it to great effect there, and a super going out, gets the takedown, almost gets the takedown, I should say, on Ben Kim. Second push coming in for Jupiter, level 8 this time.
Yeah, but OPNooB have only been able to capture 2 bolts this entire game so far. Make that 3 now. Well, the chaos of the bots coming in here. The wailing down, hasn't made the connection yet. They're going to try and buy more time, but all members of Jupiter are here, and they're wailing on the eye. It's all over. Jupiter again in a dominant fashion, taking the second map of Siege and going to match point.
Wow, that is a really, really good performance so far from Jupiter. OPNooB just can't even get a word in edgeways, and going into this next game mode, I just wonder kind of how they're going to come back. What are they going to do now? They are now 2 sets down. The pressure has never been on more. And here we see 32 bolts banked by Jupiter throughout that entire set, and only 8 by OPNooB. Wow.
Yeah, that's a rough scoreline, Ark. I don't see how these guys were supposed to come anywhere close to winning that matchup, but they couldn't even get consistent siege bots off on the field. So Jupiter, yet again, continuing their masterclass and their absolute lack of mercy towards their opponents.
Yeah, absolutely no sign of slowing down either, as we go into double swoosh up next. And as we know, Jupiter do like their tanky comps, their roses, their double tank hills. I think it might be time to drop some of that range now and to go something more close combat in that respect.
I think the last time we saw a double swoosh in rotation Ark, didn't we see a lot of Tara trying to sneak around these brushes and go on flanking angles? The only difference being, though, the last time we saw this play, the gadgets weren't active, I believe, so we didn't have that extra benefit of having the reveal in the brush. So maybe how has that gadget affected it? Is Tara still going to be a strong pick here, or the fact that they can reveal each other? How does that change it at all?
Tara, Bo, Rosa, I'm calling it now. Those 3 gadgets on this map work in perfect perfect harmony. Tara can obviously reveal the enemies on the opposing team within those bushes that are trying to hide to the entire team that are within that kind of field of view. Bo's gadget can allow your team to all earn your supers quickly without having to deal any damage. And Rose can just build bushes where she likes, combining that with plant life. You're in a really great place team-wise.
All right, then, double swoosh, kicking things off now as we go into map number 3.
We're going to see Mr. P. Oh, wow, this is a very different method to what we see in the Europe side of things. We're going to go with Ems, Mr. P, and Bo. Okay.
So, yeah, they're just allowing the Mr. P's to perma-farm, essentially, their porters. And then they're going to come up and start going aggressive to try and keep the M's at bay. And, yeah, just very stagnated at the moment. Ponkotsu seems to have had all the control so far. He's the one that's able to get the kills and the gems as they're going to try and collapse and get rid of the totems. Knock out the bow as well. Enhanced Porter off to the left-hand side is going to deter Hagego. Won't go down, though, because Ponkotsu comes in with the support and stops the death at 8 HP.
Wow, on 8 HP.
It is Hagego going in. Beautiful combo.
Gadget. My goodness me, Hagego is just unstoppable right now on this left-hand side lane, surviving. I do think Mr. P is a good, solid pick. Going again with that ability to find brawlers in the bushes, and it is working out well for both teams, but I would say definitely working out better for Jupiter right now, who are on countdown.
It's another shutout. Jupiter just have absolute domination over the objective. Hagego going to clear out what little gems they did have, and in a 10-0 sweep, Jupiter going to walk away with game number 1. They are 1 game away from securing the first match.
Yeah, this is looking like it's just going to be a sweep, and wow, you got to ask yourself, what can OPNooB, if anything, do to come back in this situation? I don't really see it happening right now, Tridd.
I don't either. I think this series is over at this point, Ark. I think we're just doing the victory lap in this final map. Jupiter have absolutely outclassed OPNooB when it comes round to this particular game. OPNooB are going to be taking a break, though, after this matchup, because obviously it's going to be Jupiter going up against PSG in our second game. So they will have time to collect themselves and potentially try and bounce back against PSG and pray that PSG can beat Jupiter but lose to them. They are chancing a lot of this right now, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? They're going to be having to pick themselves up a lot, and they're not done today. They've still got more work to be done. So, okay, wow, we're seeing some different brawler picks here from OPNooB, going with Piper here. I can see it. I'm just not sure about it, Tridd.
It does provide that extra range to try and keep Ponkotsu at bay. But I feel like Bo would be able to bring more utility here, especially with that super totem on the right-hand side. But he actually put the Bo still in the roster. They've moved him into the right-hand lane. So this is all very confusing to me, Ark.
I can understand the Piper pick, but we have seen much more of B in the meta, and more pick rates, more success rates, and but having said that, I mean, it is kind of working, but Hagego going in, not able to quite get the takedown, but the first sign of aggression in this game now from Jupiter, who have got a really stronghold. Look at this. Putting back OPNooB right back into their spawn here.
One thing to note about the Piper pick, I think if they weren't playing Piper and he had to play further up to get damage out and control, that when we saw Jupiter go on the aggression as they're trying to do again here, I think they would have lost the gems in the process. Right now, they're able to keep the gems. Oh, the bear snare on Ponkotsu. And this is a good turnaround for OPNooB. I actually think the Piper produced so much value because they were able to escape the aggression and keep hold of their gems to begin with. Now it's on Jupiter to try and extract these from the enemy base.
I mean, look at this, though. As Jupiter's going in the takedown, that's going to reset things at the very least. Maybe giving Jupiter just a bit more time to hold on whilst their third teammate can respawn back in. Is it going to be enough, though? That's the question I have here. It's going to be close, that's for sure.
Well, they're all here now. They're ready for the final assault. They've got 4 seconds remaining. They just have to find a kill. Ben Kim seems to be the target. They need to get one more assault onto him, but no, Milcrea's gone down. But they were able to get the reset on that again by finding the frag in the middle, but they can't get these gems out. They're stalling for time to get the gems in the middle to equalize out so that they can try and force OPNooB out of the spawn.
They need to kill Ben Kim really quickly. 3 seconds, it's not gonna happen.
Oh, he didn't know where he was.
Oh, I almost ate my words. Shots from Bonkotsu fired, but it is going to be a win. I'm not sure whether it's a bit of a late one. Well, I'm pretty sure it is, actually. OPNooB putting 1 on the board at least today.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit too late in the game to change the outcome of this series, but that adaptation worked out for OPNooB. They were able to deal with the aggression coming out from Jupiter adequately and get those gems to an area of safety, even if they were going to end up losing their lives.
Yeah, I mean, it worked. I mean, it wasn't kind of smooth. It didn't necessarily come with much finesse, especially during that countdown, but gotta hand it to them on some level. They did change their comp. It did work, and maybe this can snowball. Who knows? Maybe we'll see a Mortis pick up next, for crying out loud. I mean, anything can happen.
You pray for the Mortis pick every time, Ark, and every time I lose a little bit more faith in you.
100% success rate, Tridd. That's good odds as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, the sample size is what, 1?
It's been played once.
Yeah, it's been played once, yeah. All right, just clarifying. I want to back up those claims. Well, they've actually decided to drop the Piper this time around, and is that a Leon?
That's not Leon for the first time in this championship. I don't know. One of the weaker gadgets for sure. Changing the Piper.
I like it. Bear in mind the super totem's there, so he's going to have this stealth super available even more to close the gap. He's going to run top of Hagego. Oh, the gadget's going to shut down the offensive, try and clear some space, but actually still capitalized by OPNooB. I can see the thought process behind it this time, Ark. Bonkotsu will stay alive though.
Yeah, trying to be a bit of a menace, trying to disrupt the flow of things, I think, is the idea of that Leon pick, and we'll have to see how that goes for Ben Kim. It's an interesting brawler pick. We've not seen Leon played once at all so far, and we haven't really seen much in the way of balance changes to Leon, but here we go, again, him going in on Bonkotsu here. He's probably going to get quite a considerable amount of damage, but I don't know. Jupiter's still doing not... It's difficult. So, I mean, OPNooB are doing a good job of controlling the center area, and that's the thing.
So here's the thing. If Bonkotsu wasn't firing straight down mid, then actually Leon would have been detected early. So he could have got more damage into Bonkotsu and potentially got the kill. But he certainly wouldn't have got away with the gems. He was going to die even if he got the kill.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of like a kind of kamikaze kind of like idea of just going in and not really caring too much about whether he stays alive or not, just simply going in to distract, and it does seem to be working. Bonkotsu is definitely not as focused on the center area and collecting those gems as he once was, and 8 gems apiece. It's a closer game, Tridd.
Yeah, it's a close game, which makes it incredibly difficult to play completely defensively once you start the countdown, because you know the spawner will just mean that they can balance it out. There's going to be a kill on the left-hand side, so Milcreo looking to go forward and claim that gem and get the countdown started. The gap isn't high enough, so they can't go into full retreat. They have to play around mid and deter this attack.
Yeah, the countdown is on, and this will be Jupiter's chance to get this group in the bag, or at least the first match in the bag.
Oh, and down to Hagego! He's picking up all the gems! They have no counterplay, and Ben Kim will not be able to get that kill! That is going to mean Jupiter walk away with our first match of the day.
Wow, Jupiter looking incredibly strong right now, and they're going to take the first match comfortably so against OPNooB, and wow, OPNooB now looking very shaky going into their next games today.
Yeah, like we've already touched on though, they have got 1 game break, so they can talk about what worked, what didn't. They definitely got more competitive towards the end of the series. You know, you can see it there by the gem totals. It wasn't a lot in it, only 9 difference. They were able to keep up for the most part, barring that first round. But I do feel as though with a little bit more time, OPNooB could produce a stronger showing. Potentially, if this was a best of 7, they might have been able to show up a little bit more. Like I said, they just need a little bit more time, I feel, and maybe they might be able to play with the big boys a little bit more equally.
Yeah, they've got to put it behind them. They need to just shake it off and just remember that they're not out of this yet. That there's still more to do, more to play, and if anything, if nothing else, they're warmed up now. They can kind of, like, you know, get back into things if they really have got that fight. And now it's a question of whether they have got that fight.
There's the overall map stats for you, 42 kills to 18 deaths, and that's a lot of damage being dealt right there. So Ponkotsu, Hagego, Milkreo. Tensai didn't get a shout this match, but we've seen him pop up once or twice in the tournament so far, I believe. Just not in most of the gameplay. This roster is pretty solid with their 3 they've got. But let's throw it over to Falcone to take us through to the next game.
Yep, sad times for OPNooB coming into the event and losing to a team like Jupiter that quickly, but they're going to get a little break. They'll come back later. Now I have an exciting new segment to share with you all for today's show. After each game, we are going to be telling you our vote for the VIP player of the match that we just watched. So I've heard from Woody, Ark, and Tridd, and the VIP from that previous match is Hagego. Due to some incredible gameplay. There he is. We've seen him play Ems, Max, and Brock. And just based on that last game alone, hearing how excited the casters were getting, that he just took away any of the counterplay from the other team by eliminating the player, getting all of the gems. That alone shows why I think he got the vote. But let's see some of the top moments there. Wandering around as Brock. That little escape there on really low health in the game of Siege allowed him to come back and really participate in the bolt collection later on. There was a lot going on with Hagego, and big congratulations to him and Jupiter for taking the win. Now we're going to take a look at the group and how that has been reflected by the game that we've just watched. Obviously, we've had one game today. It's been Jupiter versus OPNoob. And there's the result. OPNoob are going to have a lot of work to do if they want to take home the big money and the points in this group, but they do still have a chance against PSG. But before we move on to that game, it's going to be Jupiter up against PSG, two of the teams that we've seen a lot of in the Brawl Stars monthly finals until this point. And there they are. We're going to be talking about Jupiter first, represented by Milkreo, Hagego, Ponkotsu, and Tensai. And what a team Jupiter are. We've already seen them with a dominating performance today. But as usual, I've got a few fun little facts about the team. Ponkotsu claims to be the peacemaker of the group. But honestly, I don't know how useful that is. I don't really see many brawlers making peace in the thick of battle. When asked his favorite brawler, Milkreo didn't say Spike, but he said Sakura Spike. I guess skins do equal wins. Let's move on to PSG Esports, represented by Kuda Ace, Rely, Scythe, and Jordan. Scythe's strategy for the qualifier is to get more practice on his brand new tablet that he just brought. That's very exciting. Hopefully he'll have seen lots of frames, or lots of extra frames for his practice for this month then. I think you've heard just about enough from me. Casters, you ready to bring us the next match?
Oh yeah, we are ready. This is going to be an absolute monster match. We have got the top 2 ranked teams from this entire month of competition. I'm joining Tridd here now, and of course I'm Woody. Good to be back on the stream. And I can't hear Tridd. I think that he might be muted for now. We'll give him a second to come back with us. Tridd, are you with us?
Yeah, it was bound to happen at some point, I imagine, under the circumstances. But let's ignore that and keep the show moving on as fast as we can. So we've got Jupiter banning out Ems, but PSG going for the Sprout ban.
Yeah, the Sprout ban. Unfortunately, the newest brawler to the game is not going to be in this upcoming match. But hey, that means that all the meta that has been developing for many, many months can be leveraged to its fullest in this upcoming match. Jupiter versus PSG Esports. Now, this is also really interesting because this is a rematch from the April finals. We saw Jupiter take this on a 3-0. In fact, they were relatively dominant even within each series. They just dropped a game each in Siege and Bounty. So expect to see Gym Grab to particularly be their strength, but Siege and Bounty were the only 2 games that Jupiter ever lost, even just one.
Well, if this goes the distance, Woody, looking at our map set, that could prove detrimental because they are both towards the end of the series. If they ended out close, potentially give them a 2-0 scoreline in the first two maps, they can close it out without even having to worry about the results of Siege and Bounty.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, I got to hand it to PSG. They are one of the longest time winners in this Brawl Stars esports scene. They qualified in both March and April, and of course, you know, they've been playing for way longer before even that. So they're neck and neck in the global rankings right now. First place for PSG Esports and second place for Jupiter. So this match will determine who is the top-ranked team in the world. I can't wait to get underway, Tridd.
Oh, absolutely, Woody. And like I said, Jupiter have been on an absolute hot streak. They've had a fantastic warm-up opportunity by playing against Team OPNooB to get the morale high after giving them a ruddy good hiding. So when PSG come around, they may not have that same level of play from the off, which could prove detrimental in the series.
Very well may, but hey, we've already seen one amazing round of action. Hopping into match number 2 very shortly here. Were there any surprises, Tridd? I know you were casting the first match. Did anything catch you off guard?
I think the Leon at the end here, I thought how experimental OPNooB were being towards the end. Everything else seemed pretty standard and by the books. And speaking of which, I know someone who's going to be very happy. We're going to see a little bit of the BB being played by both members of the team as the aggression's already happening in the mid.
All right, well, we're going to crack those books open and get ready to write the next chapter. Jupiter and PSG Esports are vying for control of the middle. We're playing first in Brawl Ball, and wow, it's a big lead for Jupiter as they completely get a team kill up on PSG. They're moving in to try to get that goal, but defense from PSG is going to be able to hold the day for now.
Yeah, so they've been able to deflect it away. Nice use of the Jackie Super to try and pull in the Rosa and clear some space in the goal, but they were unable to get it through. So Coudier, Scythe, they pass the ball back, waiting now for the Rosa to come and pick in. Rely to bring it forward, but Hagego goes in, gets pushed back by the Gadget. They're going in for the kill. 10th. Oh, huge super by Jackie to try and turn it around, but they've not got control of the ball, Woody.
Hagego just shut down that enemy team. Rely had a shot there to go in for the goal, but instead chose to suppress Milcreo. That's going to cost PSG as they're going to be forced back to their own spawn now. A kill from an excellent pull by Milcreo is going to give them a little bit of an opening, but having lost control of the ball, we're going to reset in the midfield now.
Slow down the tempo, try and keep everything static until they get full strength available. Great pull by Coudier, brings in Milcreo. Here's the 3v2 to kick things off. Ball pass back to buy more time. Hagego not in range of the balls. It's passed downfield by Rely into the back corner. They take out Hagego and stagger the respawn coming in. This is on Milcreo, who gets pulled out the way. Now it's just on Tensai. Great use of the BB attack to remove him away and save it for his team, but the pressure's not off yet.
Not just smacking it back, but that's good! Scythe gets the goal, chopping through Jupiter. PSG take the first one.
And Hagego now have to come on the reset with Jupiter. Great pull by Coudier, shutting him down. But no, don't want to pull a Jackie with a Super Woody as he locks them up, but they're able to turn it around adequately. Tensai cannot get on Coudier to finalize this kill and will lose his life for it.
PSG with only 20 seconds left to hold on here. It's all up to Jupiter, but they are going to have a hard time of it. The ball's been tossed back into the corner, and there's no chance to get that kick in there. Hagego doing his best to make the charge happen, but he is being completely suppressed by this red team. They've shoved it back into the corner once again, and that's going to be it. PSG gets the win for game number 1.
What a turnaround by PSG. All the aggression coming out from Jupiter to begin with. They played it calm and collected, and they were able to bounce back no matter what was thrown at them and play it patiently, wait for the opening, then go all out on the assaults.
If you thought that Jupiter was the kryptonite to PSG Superman, you're going to have to write that book again, because we have just got our first win on the board for PSG. They have been coming back with a vengeance now, not satisfied with their performance from April. They want to hold on to that number 1 spot on the global leaderboard, and in order to do that, they're going to have to take on the best teams in the world. It just so happens that this match number 2 is going to be a smash in the face for one of these teams either way, Tridd. So far, it's looking like PSG is the better prepared one.
For the time being, but it's very early days. We still have potentially another two games on this map before we go any further. So there's room for adaptation for both of these teams. Now, the comps were pretty much identical. There's nothing really changing there for them. If someone throws a spanner in the works, maybe that throws the entire book, as you're calling it, out the window.
Well, let's see what they pick for match number 2. Ooh, we're going to have Frank coming in on the bottom here for Jupiter. Big, heavy, beefy dude, and he can bust through those walls as well as soon as that super gets charged up. He's kind of sticking back, though, letting Hagego get in to do most of the upfront damage action here. Scythe, however, a great anti-tank counter, is dealing a ton of damage. Can't finish off Tensai, though, and that's going to give Jupiter the first opportunity to make an attack happen.
Great pull, opening it all up right now. Tensai has his super available. They're going to use, cancelled out of the Jackie super. Scythe will pick up that kill and shut down any hopes of an offense that Jupiter wanted to have. Great pull there by Kudiace. Opens up the goal line for Scythe. Hagego's going to run out of the spawn point. Tries to get over alive, and Tensai with the catch just on the edge and cancelled out of his own super. The pressure's on, and Rely will walk it in for the first goal of this game.
If Jupiter were hoping that this comp switch up were going to give them any of an advantage, they have got to be reeling from that last hit. PSG have come back even harder, busting through this heavy comp, denying so many super smashes from Frank, and once again, smashing through the competition. A 2-0 goal victory for PSG.
And they will take the first game in this series. We spoke a little bit about how Jupiter may have been lacking in other game types that are later on in this series. Well, they just got absolutely dismantled by PSG in that last matchup. So basically, the momentum has completely changed for Jupiter. They were the dominant team, and now they're playing from a position of weakness in comparison to PSG. That's very jarring to realign that headspace for yourself.
It is, but hey, we'll go back to April and remind everyone that Jupiter picked up the wins on a sweep 3-0 in Siege, Bounty, and Gem Grab. All 3 of those game modes are still up on the board and available for Jupiter to take it away. So hey, I'm not going to call it a fluke. We definitely know that PSG is one of the best teams in the world, and they certainly deserve that last win. But can they keep up the momentum against a team that has beaten them time and time and time again?
Well, that's what we've got to hope. And our next stop on our Brawl Stars World Tour is the Hard Rock Mine. We're going over to Gem Grab, which will be the map for this series. And looking at the map type, Woody, I'm thinking we're going to see a little bit of range coming out here.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that. This long-range map is really going to open up opportunities for brawlers like Brock to make an inroad here. You've got a lot of space to be able to move out, and just a little bit of those obstacles to kind of try to hide behind and poke out from, take a pop shot, and then move back to safety.
Yeah, so we're jumping into that next map as soon as we can. The teams obviously want to talk roughly about what they're going to be playing and get their strategies together. We want to give them a little bit of time. We don't want to just force them into the next one, but at the same time, we want to keep the ball rolling as well. So that should be coming on your screen as soon as we can get it.
Yeah. Well, we can go ahead and enter our predictions in here, Tridd. What do you think for this Gem Grab map? Are you leaning toward Jupiter or PSG?
Hard to say. I would have been full speed ahead with Jupiter after that first game performance of the day. PSG have really come back. Looking at the compositions now, seeing Jupiter's side, I'm not too sure. I actually quite like what PSG are doing here, but let's get into the game itself. Hagego over him trying to keep Rely away, but gem control definitely in favor of PSG.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling a bit better about this PSG comp. Tensai is insistent on playing Frank here, but I'm not convinced that he's going to get the value that they're looking for. Scythe has been playing really well all day long so far in the past couple of games, so expect to see him get lots of consistent damage with this Carl. That shot is really hard to avoid, and you see Tensai just basically suppressed on that backline, not really where Frank wants to be.
Hagego trying to clear some space just with his presence, but he's lost a lot of HP, and Scythe's going to pick him up on the back end. Means any hope of an offense that Jupiter had has now been shut down. Rely going aggressive on Tensai. The pull's there, but Carl tries to turn it around. McCray stays alive until the last moment, but he will go down. but they're too risky to go in. Hagego wants to try and find QDAce. Great pull in there by Rely to relieve that pressure on his gem carrier, keeping it nice and healthy for PSG.
Yeah, and you saw the juke in there from PSG, kind of considering whether or not they should make that stab. Should they just try to go grab all those gems right now? As it turns out, they felt like it wasn't necessary. They were already ahead 7-3. No need to push it even further. They're going to reclaim control of this middle as soon as they can. Scythe having a bit of difficulty over there on the left side with Hagego, but finally taking him out. And once again, that's going to give PSG control of the middle of the arena, up to 9 gems now. As soon as QDAce grabs that one more, we'll get to the countdown. Here.
Right, so a bit of a poor time to lose your member there, but Hagego's going to go on the offensive on QDAce and Scythe. Rely comes back in. He has the super available, wants to find as many people as possible. Actually draw back, maybe get them to close ranks by going after Milcreo. Great turnaround there by Carl to keep QDAce and himself alive. Ooh. And a cancellation onto 10-side super will seal the deal, and PSG take game number 1.
So many times I've seen this Frank get pulled off right when he's trying to send a super in, and you got to wonder what these players are using their gadgets for. Frank has got an amazing gadget that can cancel out any movement denying abilities from your opponents to ensure that the super goes off without a hitch. So maybe he had already used it all. Maybe he didn't think to use it in that moment right there, but 6 one way, half dozen the other. PSG are going to take the win in game number 1 for Gem Grab.
We should, if we see the Frank come out from 10-side again, because it seems to be something he keeps falling back on, we should take a look and really pay attention to the gadget usage, see if we can call it out and find out what's going on here. Because I agree with you, if you've got that kit built in, why isn't it being used, or is it being used at the wrong time? Because it's not just... When you're looking at the combo they're running against, it isn't just the Gene he has to worry about. It's also Jackie as well, who's going to be able to pull in and get that reposition by using their own super. There's a lot of things that could cancel out Frank, so I want to see if he's burning it or using it incorrectly.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, and of course there's only a limited number of uses for that gadget in each game, so these players have got a lot to juggle around in their minds, but PSG showing off some amazing skills, even in the last, most crucial seconds of that game, being able to deny that potentially game-winning super from Frank, just being able to pull him back at the right moment is what gave him the edge. Let's see if they can do it again in game number 2.
Okay, so the adaptations have come in. Tensai, I believe, is jumping on with the Rico instead, so they've got extra range and he's not as immobile as he once was.
Yeah, opting for that long-range style of gameplay like you mentioned before this set began. He's switching off now. We're yet to see which of the star powers he's chosen here. Robo Retreat can come in real handy, though, if he does wind up getting a few shots of damage off. Unfortunately, for the blue team, though, taking a hit over on the left side and losing some of their cover there. Tensai getting stuck and not able to get back out. QDAce has grabbed every single gem so far. Big advantage for PSG.
Only 1 for the side of Milcreo right now, so it's a 5-1 scoreline, and once the rest of the team go down, Tensai was fairly vulnerable on the Rico. Hagego's going forward with his super, trying to trade off with Scythe, but QDAce can now just come back and 2v1 him in the back line while Milcreo and Tensai keep Rely at bay.
Yeah, Rely has just been oppressing this Jupiter backline, not giving them any chance to move in. And wow, even grabbing a kill on the enemy gem carrier. That's going to be an awkward result for Hagego. Grabbing a couple of gems now and trying to push back up while PSG are very, very close to winning it all here. They just need to get the grab, and there it is! Beautiful pull, QDAce!
The delivery system onto QDAce will seal them the deal. 12 gems in play, all in favor of PSG. They have 10 seconds remaining, and they can walk this one in, Woody, without a hitch. Tensai trying to find the angle on those shots. It will not be there, and QDAce will take map number 2.
Well played to PSG. Their domination is continuing strong here in this second set. This match is a best of 5, so with 2 on the board already, they're coming awfully close to stealing this series, much in the same way Jupiter did last month. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and it's feeling pretty frigid in here.
Revenge lineup, yeah, we need to think about that as well, because PSG, I know they were disappointed with their performance last month, and starting off strong is always the best way to do it. And if you take out Jupiter, and you watch the performance in our first game of the day, you take out Jupiter, you should be feeling pretty good about taking out OPNooB next.
Oh yeah, absolutely. OPNooB performing pretty well in that first match, but not really up to the task yet, if you ask me, of going up against one of the best teams in the world, as we've seen here from PSG Esports playing at the top of their game this month. A 2-0 set lead right now against Jupiter. Another really incredible team picking up that victory from match number 1. We're going into set number 3 now, and I'll remind you once again, last month, Jupiter got the win in Bounty against PSG Esports. So can they make that happen again, or has PSG found the secret sauce to get that sweep?
You'd think so, or you'd like to hope so, Woody, considering, how defeated they were. And I don't mean that in the literal sense. I mean, if you just took a look at the social media, a lot of the players were talking about how much that kind of loss in their performance last month really did hit them. So that's going to be the great motivator for them to make the improvements that we're looking to see on this particular map type, and also enough to get them over the finish line and claim that victory and complete the revenge story.
That's right, Tridd. And something else to remember here is that PSG is not a team that so far this year has claimed complete victory in any of their matches. In March and April, they had match losses each time. So it's not necessarily about which team is going to, get that one victory that they need and qualify for Worlds. It's all about the long haul, about learning from your mistakes, leveraging your persistence, being able to build upon that, deep basis of skill that a team like PSG has had for many, many months now. It's really showing up for them this month, and I wish them the best in set number 3.
Jumping onto it right now. So here it is, Deeper Danger. We got the Tick, we got the Gene and the Brock for the side of Jupiter. When it comes round, PSG, yet again, Jackie, Rosa, putting so much stock into these brawlers, and this time they're bringing Poco to the field.
It's all red in the middle here. Center field control by PSG. Hard to deny. That is going to be a 3-3 tie, though, as Jupiter do strike back. A shot there from Milcreo is able to clear out some more of the middle here. And I think that this is a match that, as time goes on, you're going to see Jupiter starting to gain more and more ground. Tensai running. Tick here is going to be able to just drop so many bombs onto this map, making it very difficult for PSG to move up. Lots of concussive damage just coming in and shoving back every attempt that PSG have made so far to move back into the action. Still a tie, though, 3-3 stars overall.
Okay, gets the pull on the side, pulls Poco into the back line, so they're going to change the all in their favor. Go the ace, and Rely going in, they clean up big on the back line. They need to make that connection to get the stars, and they've equalized. Oh, no escape, no rest for the wicked. Hagego pulls them back in and makes sure they keep the lead.
Awesome job there to Jupiter coming back, even though they got a big hit on the chin. They shoved PSG back up into their spawn and left those heavy-hitting brawlers too far away to get the damage in. Really nice pulls from Hagego, once again, proving why he got that MVP award from the first match. I think he's got a chance of getting it again if only he can manage to get this win in the bounty.
Scythe needs to wait a few seconds longer before he goes into his team. He hasn't got the heal available. They're going for the pins. QDH just needs to get in position. They try to isolate one. Great use of the gadget to get away. They're going on 10. Great escape, but Rely is going to pinch her.
Another one!
In the corner. Wait, Scythe! Able to find him and get out carefully. 5 seconds remaining for them as QDH acts as a deterrent. They should be able to get away with this one. His side stays going down. Oh, one down, but it's not enough. 17-16, and PSG are one step closer to taking this series.
An uncharacteristically high-scoring bounty game, 17-16, lots of kills and lots of momentum swapping on both sides. But it all came down to that cornering at the end. Jupiter able to grab that beautiful lead, but not able to hold on to it for very long.
Able to just push them into the corner and find these easy pickups when it comes to the stars. PSG escaping with a 1-star lead, though. So Jupiter are far from out of this matchup. And you really saw the power of that composition when it came round to these coordinated assaults. Get everyone's supers online, press them into a corner, and really close that gap and abuse the fact that you are stronger when you get up in their face.
I gotta say, I was really impressed by Rely in that last game. It takes a lot of fortitude to take so many hits as Rosa and then find the opportune moment to just shove it straight into your opponent's face. He cornered both enemy brawlers who were hoping to stay long range but just didn't have the damage output necessary to knock those two beasts down. Well done to Rely there, grabbing a 1-star win for PSG Esports.
Yeah, the discipline was incredible by Rely. Definitely a standout player for that particular match as we move into what could be our final round, Woody, as we head into another attempt at Deeper Danger. Jupiter running the same comp. This time PSG are going to try and match him with some of the range by bringing out a Brock and a Jean.
Will we see that 6-0 shutout that PSG have been looking for so many weeks now? Maybe. Picking up the first star there from the center. PSG are going to gain control of the mid as well. A nice positional advantage for them as they're hiding in those bushes. Hard for Tensai to get a clear shot on them.
Well, Tensai is going to try and hit them with that tick bomb, but nice pull in there, finds a Gago, tries to use his own gadget to open up the gap, but unable to. Scythe will pick up the first kill and really put this game in favor of PSG with a 3-star lead.
Even when Tensai is on the attack, pushing Rely back, he's got to be really careful. He doesn't have too many hit points, and a couple of rockets from Rely can...
Oh, Scythe.
Out of there.
He just walks up to him. Tensai playing very recklessly, I would say, on the tick.
Yeah, you know, it's all up to Tick to push the enemies into a manageable spot. He's one of the best brawlers in this bounty game mode, but he's not necessarily the one who's going to be getting the finishing blows there. Often you'd see that coming from Milcreo, maybe even after a pull from Hagego. So yeah, Tensai playing very aggressively, trying to force a positioning mistake from PSG, but just not catching him that time.
But the head burst couldn't even get in to deal any damage, but now they're being compacted into the corner. This must be familiar. You did this to Jupiter last round, but they don't die. They're able to deflect the attack, keep themselves up. Ace, I think he's getting in position, ready for a pull. Instead, he's going to deal damage for now. Scythe, his buddy, sitting right on top of him to deal the damage and eliminate whoever gets grabbed in.
It's now or never for Jupiter. They've got to close the gap and only 10 seconds left to do it. All in. Milcreo goes for the shove, but is grabbed by Ace.
No,
it's going to be a 2v2 lead for PSG. No way to come back at this point. Congratulations to Paris Saint-Germain, the sweep in match number 2.
That was the one person you didn't want to pull if you were Jupiter. You cannot pull Scythe on a Jackie with a super online, because the second you do, you have to burn a gadget to get him out of range. You do not have the immediate burst on Tensai and Hagego to get that kill. And you see it at the end there. He has to cancel it out because they know they're not going to get away with it.
What a fantastic finish from PSG Esports. Throw the stats up there on the board, and you'll see that despite a huge whopping damage lead from Jupiter, more than double damage dealt by Jupiter according to our stats here, they couldn't get the kills that they needed to pull ahead.
Kills have to be targeted, Woody. You can't just frag out. There are objectives in this game, and Jupiter have learned that lesson the hard way.
Well, you can just frag out in bounty, basically, but you have to get enough damage to finish them off. Really beefy brawlers being played by PSG in the first game, you know, especially with Rosa taking so many hits, but just not being finished off. I think that really goes to show that PSG Esports deserve their first place spot on the leaderboard. Expect to see them there once again going into next month.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a more accurate damage picture on their final stat card. 450k damage overall in the series is definitely more in line with what we expect. Let's throw it over to Falcone, who's going to move us on to our last series of the Asia Final.
I am indeed, Tridd, but before I do that, it is time for MVP, not VIP. I think I got a little bit mixed up with my letters earlier. The most valuable player, according to our casters, for this last match is Rely. And it shouldn't be any real surprise, especially with what Woody was saying over the last couple of games there. Rely mostly played Rosa during this match, along with a little bit of Jackie and Brock. Rely, who has been playing since the first day of the beta, he claims to be the supporter of the team. Well, we've seen more than just some amazing support in these games. This 300 IQ player, his own words, not mine, really showed us today what he's got. And there you go, Rosa with the push, with the defense. and popping that super at the perfect time. Just look at him taking down Tick, helping out take down Gene. That was some really incredible gameplay. It's time to take a look at this current group and see how that last game has affected the scoreboard. And things are interesting now. We've seen pretty much another sweep there, which means Jupiter 1-1, like about as centerpiece performance as you can get. Now, in the world that OPNooB can sweep PSG Esports, if it happens, we actually end up with a really close group across the board here. This next match is going to be an interesting one, to say the least, but OPNooB really need to show what they've got, because if PSG get another performance like they did in that last match, they are taking away this group. But yes, the next match is going to be OPNooB up against PSG Esports. Let's talk about OPNooB a little bit first, represented by Love, Kuni, and Benkin. Piper is a really popular player in this team, in that 2 out of the 3 players have said that Piper is their favorite brawler. I really hope that the players aren't fighting over who gets to play her. The players on this team all claim that their hobbies are Brawl Stars and Twitter, so you might want to go ahead and drop them a follow if they do well in this game, or even if they don't. But let's move on over to PSG Esports. Represented again, you've seen them do very well in the last match. It's Rely, it's Coup d'Ace, it's Scythe, it's Jordan. Everyone on this team claim to be incredibly close friends. They all enjoy playing various sports, so I hope that they warm up their fingers for Brawl Stars like they would warm up all of their other muscles in the other sports. We don't want any pulled finger muscles. But that's enough from me. The next match is pretty much ready. Casters, over to you.
Pulled finger muscles. That sounds like a really dangerous ailment. It's nothing that I've ever experienced. Ark, you've got more time spent, I think, on the screen. What would you say pulled finger muscles are a concern on your end?
You know what? Keeping your fingers in check is actually incredibly important. Recently, I was doing an interview with Monkey, a pro Dynamite player, who says that he uses antiperspirant to get rid of the sweat on his thumbs. So you've got to keep that stuff in check. Bans are in, actually. OPNooB banning Max, PSG banning Sprouts. Interesting.
Yeah, Sprout getting kicked out of here once again. Adios, amigo. But Max getting removed is kind of an interesting choice here. Haven't seen a whole lot of her in this month's competition, but she was one of the most picked brawlers in past months, and she does have a really pretty decent win rate, so you'd expect to see her getting used, you know, if she weren't banned. But anyways, moving on to this competition, I think that we've got a clear advantage for PSG Esports, a team that just is hot off a win against Jupiter, which of course just beat OPNooB. So, you know, you want to use the transitive property of OPNooB losing to Jupiter and then Jupiter losing to PSG Esports, you'd assume that PSG Esports got the lead.
Yeah, I mean, you'd assume so, but anything can happen. We've seen stranger things, and first and foremost, I'm just keen to see what these teams choose in terms of their brawler comps here. I think that's going to make a big difference. Oh my goodness me, we're going with a triple tank here by OPNooB and a bit more range from PSG. My money's on the range here. What are your thoughts, Woody?
Yeah, hot and heavy from these OPNooB guys. Look, it's worked out for them pretty well in the first, salvo here. They've got a couple of bolts, and it looks like they're going to get the first siege bot as well. But as this match wears on, and as those shots from the cannon are coming out from Rely, that's going to be really difficult for our blue team to be able to push back into. I'm expecting OPNooB to, you know, have a bit more trouble going on.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid defense for me. PSG conceding rather than no damage whatsoever, but the mid control definitely being held very successfully by OPNooB here as PSG tried to take that back. Pretty even on bolts, not gonna lie, and this is where the range comes into play. Look at that left-hand side. The ball goes down so weak. It's very back and forth, actually, but PSG now dominating that mid control.
Yeah, I don't see any living OPNooB players on the map at this time. It's complete domination by PSG Esports, grabbing all of the bolts that were spawning in that midway, and they're going to be rewarded with a level 6 siege bot There's a long way to go to reach the Ike in this map. You got to really walk far around that central wall area, and so it doesn't really help to get just a kind of weak level 2 siege bot. You really want to see those big heavy hitters coming in the late game. That's where PSG is really going to shine.
Yeah, gotta give a huge shout to this. Rely, great awareness using his gadget to pop the walls to make the bot retarget onto that Ike faster, and also to stay out of the range of that Frank super to stay alive. Led to a lot of damage being dealt by PSG, who at this rate could get the final push as well. Goodness. The bolts are about to be leveled.
Kuda Ace unstoppable with those pulls, grabs Bull and drags him straight into range of his own Ike. That's going to give them another bolt. Add it all up with every single other one they've gotten. That's going to be a level 10 siege bot. There is no way for OPNooB to come back at this point.
Yeah, there is going to be no stopping that level 10 bot, but it seems OPNooB are going to try, and if they did, they'd have to get a considerable amount of damage at the other end of the field. That's going to be game 1 then, going relatively comfortably into the hands of PSG.
There's just something about that level 10 siege bot turning purple that really shakes you to your core, Ark. For me anyways. You know, the level 9 one, if he uses a standard color, you don't got to worry too much about it, but when he changes colors, you know he's really mad.
Yeah, it's a very rage-inducing thing when you put it all out of effort to only get the blue bot. And it does make a difference as well, obviously, just getting from that 1 level from 9 to 10 in terms of speed, damage, and all those things. So definitely to aim for as well. And I don't know, I'd like to see the God bot make an appearance in the championships at some point. I think it's like 30 bolts. We haven't really seen that since the Siege remake, though, however.
Yeah, I don't even know if that... Is that even possible now in the current remake?
Anything's possible, Willie. Anything's possible.
All right. Well, I'd love to see them make it happen. Yeah, what would you have to get? You got like a 2-2 draw and then like a... I don't know, like a 6-6 draw, and then you stack all the remaining bolts on one team, I guess.
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, it would be very unlikely, but I mean, it would be awesome to see. But PSG at the moment are making it look easy. I think for me, their brawler comp is much more suited to this map and game mode. But OPNooB, as we know, are on a bit of the back foot. They need to start doing something, or this one's all over.
All right, well, they are certainly going to mix up that brawler composition. It's no longer big and heavy guys out front. It's going to be the long-range brawlers now coming in. Piper, especially in the midfield here. Lots of range and opportunities for her to get those shots off. Taking Kuda Ace almost all the way down. Doesn't get the finishing blow, but it is definitely a bit more of a neck-and-neck race for these two teams.
Yeah, gotta hand it to OPNooB. They did make the changes that were needed. They acknowledged that going in with triple tank wasn't really doing them any favors, especially as PSG were running that comp. It's going to be a first push to PSG, a level 1, but again, it's really just about maintaining that mid-control, and I do feel like Piper could be a bit of a tricky one on defense here. Great pull.
Yeah, the long pull from Ben Kim is going to keep that Ike relatively healthy at 92% now. It's basically just a little bit of an opening salvo from both of these teams. No one really claiming a decisive lead yet. Rely getting pinned over there on the right side of map. He's going to get some help from that cannon, but wow! 2 awesome shots are going to finish him off, and that's going to leave an advantage now for OPNooB. Can they get the bolts in, though?
Yeah, that's it. This game mode is all about collecting those bolts, and great Piper snipe's got to be said, but it's shut down very quickly by a penny turret. Level 4 siege bot now then coming in for PSG, and this one's looking gonna be tough to defend, I feel.
Look, this might be the last siege bot for PSG, though. OPNooB has got 6 bolts they're holding on to, a 5-bolt lead, and even if they don't have control of the midfield, they're going to get a chance to reclaim it pretty soon here. They're behind by 5 bolts, but can they get the catch up? Ben Kim missing a pull there, and Scythe is going to be able to retreat now. Not too healthy, but he will be able to contest this left side for just a little bit longer.
It was a great juke, actually, by Scythe, and really well predicted there, but PSG now still just struggling to get in control. Rely, I think, going to go for some damage down the right-hand side, or a distraction at the least, but it's going to be a level 10 at least now for OPNooB, and PSG got some defending to do. Hopefully, Cypher's got some M's pushback gadgets saved up here.
Yeah, they're really going to need it. Only 15 seconds left, but that is a mighty bot coming on in level 11 and moving straight toward the Ike, getting those punches off, and that's just about going to be it, Ark. It's going to stay above 41% if PSG want the win. Not going to happen. OPNooB get victory in game number 2.
It was almost actually a really good defense by PSG. There was so much going on there. The slowdown super from the M's. There was the Gene. There was a lot of tanking, a lot of body blocking in that defensive area as well, with the invincibility. And for a long time there, the damage was not going down. I did wonder for a minute whether PSG were going to be able to pull it out the bag, but with some good Piper snipes on that side, the takedown was eventually there.
Yeah, it was an interesting brawler swap to Piper, but I think it really paid off there for OPNooB, gaining that additional range and just some, I don't want to call them lucky shots, but really great predictive shots about where Rely was going to be positioned over there on the right side, denying that oppressive firepower that you can so often see coming in from Penny. Those cannons were just getting shut down just about as soon as they were getting set up, and so hats off to OPNooB. They really have slain Goliath, even if it's just for that one game.
Did you just assume auto-aim, Woody? I feel like you may have just assumed the auto-aim with that Piper.
No, I'm saying it was a great read. He knew exactly where he was going, and the aim just happened to be exactly where they had been previously positioned a few seconds before.
Yeah, for sure. I think interesting now to see how PSG respond to this, because obviously we've seen OPNooB going with that tanky comp, changing to a more ranged comp, and now they're kind of somewhere in the middle, and PSG can keep what they've been doing and just kind of change up their strategy, or they might try something to switch things up here.
Yeah, it's sort of an interesting kind of rock, paper, scissors dynamic. So walk with me on this one and tell me if you agree. The sort of mid-range comp is pretty good against the super heavy brawlers that really got to get up close and personal to get the damage in. The long-range comp is pretty good against the mid-range comp, and then the close-range comp is pretty good against the long-range comp. Would you say that
clear
stands?
as mud, Woody? But in a nutshell, pretty much. One thing I've got to say that I'm surprised about, however, here is that Sandy, we are going to see Sandy, fantastic. Yeah, Sandy's a really strong brawler here. That super being able to go into a great effect by placing in the mid area. It forces back your opponents because they just simply don't know, and when you're not sure, it's better to be safe than sorry. So interesting to see PSG going with the Sandy pick. For me, that is a really strong change.
Well, we are going to see two relatively long-range brawler compositions here, so I guess my theory won't get a chance to get tested. I guess PSG is a bit more of a mid-range setup, so maybe if long-range can take the win, that would be vindication of my theory. PSG up on the top, unable to keep pace moving into the second siege bot. The first time we've seen a tie, though, on that first round, though, and that could potentially deliver a really devastating blow with this siege bot number 2. I don't know, do you call it number 2 or number 1 if you didn't get a number 1?
Yeah, second round for sure. I mean, for me, I feel like OPNooB needs to finish it here and now. I mean, if you look at the score, if they are to get this push in the next 7 seconds, then PSG are going to have a mighty push to follow that. It could even be another draw here. It is not going to be a draw, and it is going to be actually a defense then for OPNooB. And now the pressure's on PSG to finish it right here and now.
All right, well, we'll see if they can deliver that coup de grace. Coup de ace is moving in hot and heavy. All three brawlers stacking up right behind that big, heavy blaster, and they get it down to 28-18. Single-digit percentile hit points remaining on OPNooB Ike, and that's potentially close enough for PSG to sneak around and finish it off even without a siege bot.
Yeah, if Coup de Ace has been holding back on his gadgets, and look at that, there's great awareness by Ben Kim there to get Coup de Ace down, knowing full well that Jackie can do damage by rushing in. A very tanky brawler here. Reli's going to try and get some shots here. PSG desperately trying to get this last few hit points down, and actually got to hand it to OPNooB for being very aware to this and holding their own here, Woody.
Very well done. A few more shots in at the enemy Ike, and that's going to be it. PSG get the deliverance, finishing off OPNooB in that game. Couldn't quite get the Ike down with that siege bot attack, but so many long-range hits were able to get them the victory in the end. That was going to be an awfully difficult siege for them to counter, so really smart move there, using that pincer attack from both angles to finish that Ike off.
Yeah, we've seen in previous months Rely using Sandy in Siege. I don't know whether you guys remember watching at home, but there was that amazing moment in the studio in Katowice where that final tick damage from that Sandy star power using Ruined Sands, and we're seeing that again today just to kind of get that additional final tick damage. It's working really well for PSG and definitely something which they feel comfortable relying on there. And as we see the bolts that were collected there, very much in favor there. Just a very, very close game, but I think both teams already showing awareness to change, and that's very important for me.
All right, well, we're going to hop into a heist game next. It's going to be Hot Potato, the map that you know and love. I feel like this is the basically only map that I see in heist. It's so popular with pro players and in the competitive scene. What can we expect going into this set number 2?
In terms of brawler comps, Hot Potato can be a strange one. I think, being that Sprout is banned, it's probably a good thing because Sprout can be pretty strong here in terms of shutting down lanes. I personally like Rico mid here, but Rico lane is obviously another strong option here as well. It depends on your strategy. Do you want to go in with just the tanky brawlers and just kind of safe rush and just go in guns blazing, or do you want to shut down lane and kind of be more territorial in that respect? And these are the decisions that these teams are going to have to decide on.
I can't quite remember for sure, but I feel like 8-bit was only ever used in a heist game mode. It might have been actually this particular map, but do you prefer when you're playing to go for those really heavy hits or for the more consistent push into the enemy safe?
8-bit is a strong choice here. He's been a little bit less relevant in the meta kind of since some balancing changes to his star power and that second life star power, just kind of affecting him really here. But it can be a really, really good brawler. I personally prefer to go for the boosted booster star power to get that bigger radius and to allow more damage for my teammates. It's just a bit of a risk. 8-bit's a very slow brawler, and what you need in heist ideally is speed. That's why we see a lot of Max appearing. Obviously, we're not going to see Max, but nevertheless, Max is a very, very strong choice. On this map, the challenge is whether you can kind of combine with your teammates to use that super to great effect, because you're kind of split up by the lanes.
Right. Well, we're going to hop into it soon. Max and Sprout are banned, of course, so those comps are going to be up to the players, excluding those 2 brawlers. Let's see what they choose. It's going to be Colt, Brock, and I think I saw Jackie on the bottom there from Ben Tim.
Yep, double Jackie, double Brock, and I like the BB pick. BB's got very strong gadgets, and batting stance is still a very, very strong, viable star power. Colt, for me, is a bit of a risk by OPNooB, but can be played to great effect if you're landing those shots.
Yeah, BB finally coming back into the meta. Hadn't seen her at all in the first couple of months of competitive play, so glad to see her being used in Brawl Ball as well as Heist now. A bit of an opportunity here to get a few shots off in the safe, but Scythe is going to try to finish off Ben Kim instead. Takes him down and will get a bit more control for the PSG team, trying to push into this OPNooB comp.
Yeah, I kind of feel like here OPNooB might try to break the mid. They didn't. They're trying to break the side walls here, and Stressy, which it does seem to be kind of working kind of. At the moment, both teams looking to really kind of get their supers and try to get that strong push. Wait for the teammates. And look here, as we see PSG getting so much damage here, going in so aggressively. I think they might do it here if they can continue this push.
Wow, keep at it. Kuda Ace is going to be up, dealing a ton of damage here. Jackie is really hard to stop this close and personal. Finally getting pushed back off there, but down to single digits. That save is not looking too great.
I liked what Kuda Ace was doing there, just trying to stay alive whilst his teammates spawn back and Rely with super now. Does get taken down, but the damage is there. And game 1 then is going to go the way of PSG.
Congratulations to PSG picking up off of their set win. They've now got the first win in this heist game mode. Taking the close range approach here. We're using both BB and Jackie to get most of their damage in, while Rely is working from the backside of the map. Didn't hardly take very much damage at all on their own save, so really great field control for this game as well.
Yeah, PSG saying on over on Twitch, you guys watching the stream, a bit of delay, but nevertheless, they made it look comfortable. They're still standing their ground despite those connection issues. And for me, I think the BB pick was a great, solid choice. You know, BB, since that balance change, has had some additional speed, making it much harder to track her. And with batting stance, able to push in deeper in the spawn, allowing your teammates to come behind. It's a very, very strong strategy, especially on Hot Potato.
Yeah, it definitely relies upon a lot of damage coming in from the backside as well, but she kind of works a bit more like Rosa, I'd say, in the current metagame, except that she has got an amazing knockback ability and can really burst out a lot of damage, even though she doesn't have quite as much survivability.
Yeah, Rose is not a bad choice on this map, to be honest, either, if you can play her correctly. We have seen PSG using a lot of Rosa in the past, and you know, for me, I think the real sort of weakness in that last game, though, for me, was the Colt pick. I kind of feel like Colt on this map is a bit of a risk. I think Rico is the better choice of brawler if you're going to take that mid lane, and they are actually going to go with Rico here. Yeah, I would say that, and try to bounce shots and predict with those shots where your opponents are going to be. It's a much safer bet for me.
We're busy trying to figure out how Rose is going to fit in here, while Ben Kim is showing us how the Primo man is going to be charging into action now. Really heavy hitter, but not going to get much support from that Rico. Unfortunately, some really nice shots from Relier just going to completely shut down this OPNooB team, and that's going to be a lot of damage early on this safe.
Yeah, PSG in a great spot here, actually. I think one of OPNooB's players, they're just kind of considering to go aggressive and not really committing to either way. And I think they need to either pick a choice, come back and defend, or get some damage, because currently Little is being done. A lot of damage just went in there by PSG, and that's a great start for them.
Yeah, a really risky move there from Love, actually. YouTube Love, as you see, they're playing Brock, got a few pop shots off on the enemy safe, but at what cost? PSG have now won the game, dominant in this heist game mode. Seems like we just couldn't get a comp from OPNooB to even stand up against PSG.
Yeah, they just didn't really seem too certain of themselves, too sure. In heist, you've got to make quick decisions. You've got to kind of like not hesitate. You've just got to go in and decide whether you're going to go for the damage, because, you know, you got to leave your teammates to defend and make sure that you can kind of counter that amount of damage, or you've just got to go full on defense. And there wasn't really much in the way of that decision-making process. And there you see with the amount of damage being dealt, OPNooB definitely behind as far as that's concerned by quite a considerable way.
What? See, yeah, OPNooB dealing more damage than the brawlers, but just
to the safe, yeah.
Yeah, able to get so much more straight onto the safe there. It all comes down to the safe damage. You can deal damage to enemy brawlers all you want, but if they're just shoving, shots straight onto your safe, pushing deep into your territory, if you never get a chance to counterattack on your own, it's going to be the end of the game pretty quick.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a balance between kills to kind of slow that that progression down and damage on the safe. And if you're not getting damage on the safe, then when the timer's up, it ain't gonna matter. Snake Prairie, though, is going to be the map that we're going to be going to next for Bounty. We've seen some interesting changes to Snake Prairie since the implementation of gadgets, a much slower pace. And for me, Bo, Tara, you know, brawlers like that play a big role now, because you can just kind of sit back, generate your super, and then go on the offense, but it does slow the pace of the game mode.
Yeah, you have to lean really heavily on wide vision. See a lot of bows as a result of that. But Tara, as you mentioned, has also got a gadget that can give her foresight into the entire map, but only with a limited number of charges. So see her quite a few times too. Any brawler that can bust up these bushes, though, can also gain an advantage in that regard. And of course, Rosa works really well when there's so many plants around to leverage her plant life ability.
Yeah, and actually, you know what? Sprout, I saw recently this week being played on Snake Prairie, because when you place down the super wall, you can block off the map, but actually when the wall disintegrates, does leave a line enabling you to see when your opponents do cross over, which is just an interesting thing that I hadn't really seen much. I didn't think we'd ever see a thrower in Snake Prairie, but that could be coming in to the meta. For me, it's going to be a safe bet with Tara and Bo, and the third brawler choice is kind of like up to the teams in that respect.
All right, well, we're going to see Tara and Bo from both sides. It's going to be Brock and El Primo are going to be the clutch picks from either team here. Really much more aggressive play from PSG, starting right off the bat, able to grab that first star and cornering the enemy Brock here. Now, looks like Cooney goes down, and that's going to be an opportunity now for them to push this lead even further. 3 stars to 0 for PSG.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really like that start by PSG there. And often what we see is teams being very, very cautious at the beginning, just kind of sitting back, getting their super from that bow gadgets. And PSG know that. They're expecting that. And they went straight aggressive, shut down the totem, giving them a really nice lead there as well. 5 stars in the bank for them, and they can just sit back now. The map is exposed in that respect.
Beautiful blast coming in, an El Primo meteoric jump going in straight into the PSG line. Does grab 1 kill, but OPNooB are still struggling to catch back up on that overall star count. With those center bushes now demolished on either side, PSG have effectively cut out any sneaky opportunity for OPNooB to try to run through the bushes either way to get a clever kill off the angle.
Yeah, the only thing that I can really see here is Benkim has super. He might go in and try to get some sort of advantageous position there, but he's going to leave his teams behind him. He needs to go in as a team, and this is better now. Starting to push, gradually hurting, and now Benkim goes in.
Whoa!
Out from Riley, though, it's going to take him down pretty quick. The suck as well, enough to even the score slightly, but it's still PSG very much in control here, Woody.
Even though El Primo's got a ton of hit points, you really need your teammates to back you up if you're going to make a risky jump like that. They got a kill, but couldn't keep up pace with this PSG team hiding out in the bushes. Now, of course, we can see where all these players are, but remember, when you are faced off against an opponent who's hiding in a bush, you have no way of knowing where they're at unless you get up close and personal. In this case, PSG better leveraged that bush coverage and made a pretty decisive victory, 13 to 6 stars.
Yeah, PSG looking very, very dominant now on match point here. What a fantastic day it's been for them, and now only 1 win away from taking this group today. And I've got to say, judging from that last game, they looked very competent, very calm, very collected. They've obviously been practicing Snake Prairie quite a lot in their scrims, and they seem to have this down pretty tightly. And we're going to, I imagine, see some changes now from OPNooB. The Primo pick for me wasn't right.
Well, unfortunately, when it's best of 3, you don't really have a whole lot of wiggle room to make mistakes. A big opportunity now for PSG to close out this entire match with just 1 more game win. Do you expect to see them coming back with Brock again?
Brock is a good brawler to pick here for me. I mean, the super is very advantageous to break up the map, and if you can get that early on from a couple of hits, then it does enable you to shut down 1 entire side of the map. Brock for me is a very, very solid pick to have.
All right, well, we'll hop right into it. It looks like we're actually going to see Love playing Piper once again. Piper came in really handy for OPNooB in their siege setup. Worked very well for them and actually got them the first victory in this match, but they haven't been able to build on that yet. You see that totem in the back there coming in from Bo, able to charge up the super of any ally standing in the field, and so it's going to be Shelly getting her super juiced up. Oh wait, no, sorry, that was Tara, not Shelly.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, 1 star in the bag, then only that 1 star is separating these 2 teams, but it is an advantage nonetheless to PSG. The left-hand side lane, though, does get taken down, giving a nice 3-star lead. And now PSG can just relax a little bit, earn their supers from that bow totem. And Kuda Ace has his. And Relay again, breaking that side to see when they cross over the map. And I'm worried about the position here for this Tara here. Double. Wow. It'll work out, though, more or less in favor of PSG. Less of a lead now, though, got to be said.
Yeah, the quick draw there from Cooney, dropping that super and finishing off the enemy Tara as quickly as he could, is going to give OPNooB 2 stars now, still behind PSG and needing to catch up. Can they get the job done with only 35 seconds left? We haven't seen quite as dominant of a play from PSG this time, but wow, what a play from Rely. Rocket Rain dominating the competition. PSG have just given us a masterclass in bounty gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely amazing team synergy, and Rely was just waiting on that. I imagine that was calculated to perfection in their voice chat conversation, and Rely's been playing fantastically well today, I've got to say, and going to make a comfortable ending to an exciting match here. PSG will take it.
Gotta hand it to PSG. This entire lineup is just monster. They are really strong and have proven once again why they are at the top of the global leaderboards. Congratulations to them picking up 2 wins in the matches today. Dominant in Europe and at the head of the world in Brawl Stars Championship.
They were so consistent today, and that is the thing that we look for in a team that is going to be able to lead the pack. Consistency is so important, and good brawler decisions in terms of their comps, and just great overall synergy between those players. And there you can see, look at the difference in stars, over double there. PSG very dominant when it came to getting those kills there.
Yeah, it is obviously not even close when you can see the numbers stacked up like this. PSG with so many more stars, and it's really hard to get a big star lead like that because, of course, as you know, every time you get a kill, you increase your bounty by another star. The fact that they were able to both get kills and sneak away at the right moment to avoid giving up shots to their opponents shows that they are both really skilled in offense and defense.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you've got to be a bit of an all-rounder, and it's not just you, it's your entire team. So having that ability to kind of come together and be on the same page is crucial here. And there we see some of the stats. Definitely a much more favored kill to death ratio than I imagine we would see from OPNooBs there. And yeah, what a day for PSG. This is going to give them such a great advantage on the leaderboards to really get ahead and put a lot of pressure on their oppositions in the coming months.
Congratulations to them. We're ready to send it off now to queue up our next match. Falcone, what have you got for us?
Well, Woody, there's a strange timer in the corner of the screen counting down to something. I wonder what that's about. But in the meantime, let's celebrate the match that we just watched, and our most valuable player, which on this occasion is CODEMAGIC. These were some phenomenal matches from PSG, and CODEMAGIC was just one cog in the machine, but we wanted to highlight him as he is, of course, the self-proclaimed carry of the team. He said the strategy was to practice and learn from our mistakes, but from where I'm sitting, PSG made very few mistakes in this game. Just look at Jackie storming his way in, dealing that damage and clearing up the way to get to the safe back during those games of Heist. Then we've got the bounty, we've got the Tara gameplay, and look at the star count above CODEMAGIC's head. Consistent 4, now 3 in the following game. He knew exactly what he was doing. He helped the team take great control of this match, and I want to wish a huge congratulations both to CODEMAGIC and PSG. Let's take a look at the final group standings, as that is our first group of the day finished. Yes, PSG are the champions, quite obviously, of the Asia group, having lost no sets whatsoever today. Jupiter sit in the middle. Obviously, they took down OPNooB and lost to PSG Esports, and OPNooB, unfortunately for them, are sitting at the bottom with the lowest amount of points and prize money today. But I hope they don't feel too disheartened by their performance this time. I'm sure we'll see them again soon. There you go. There is the prize money straight up. PSG are taking away $9,000 between them. Jupiter 6,000, OPNooB 4,000. Which is a huge amount of money for playing Brawl Stars. They qualified online, they played online, obviously due to the current world situation, and I'm sure all of the players, even OPNooB, can't be too disappointed with that one. But now the next thing to look at, of course, is the leaderboard. And this is the big one. This is where it all goes to. The global finals later this year, and PSG Esports now sitting firmly on top, 30 points in the lead, with Jupiter I wouldn't want to say too far behind. There's definitely plenty of time and scope for Jupiter to take over there. And you see the other teams lagging a little bit behind. We have 2 very clear front runners here in this leaderboard. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. What's this countdown timer going to? Anyway, Korea's leaderboard does have OPNoob sitting on top. Clearly, by making their way to this monthly finals, they have earned the points they need to get themselves into the lead. And they are going to be feeling pretty good about that alone. If they can come back for another few months, they stand a really good shot of getting themselves to the monthly finals. And again, I'm looking at this countdown timer. We've never seen anything like this in the broadcast before. I don't understand. I guess something big's about to happen. Something exciting. I hope so. I don't think this is counting down to a game, but we're gonna find out any minute now, or any second now even. What's it gonna be? Just okay. What? Brawl Talk. May 9th. Oh my goodness, that is so exciting! Woody, Ark, what do you make of this?
Well,
wow.
We know the day. May the 9th. Mark it in your calendar.
What's it gonna be? I don't know. Someone's gonna say something about Brawl Stars. There's a Brawl Talk coming up, and we know that always means that something exciting is coming to the world of Brawl Stars. It's gonna be a new brawler, a new map, a new game mode. What's coming, Ark?
Yeah, I mean, we don't often ever get the heads up on when Brawl Talk is dropping, hence the amount of questions of when is going to be the Brawl Talk. So this time round, yeah, May the 9th, for me, there's a lot of interesting things. Actually, I think we actually know more about what's coming in this Brawl Talk than we ever have before. We know that there's going to be a Pam remodel for her skin. We already saw the sneak peeks for that. We saw recently there's a bit of a collaboration going on with Brawl Stars and Dunkin' Donuts. So I'm curious to see whether that's going to avail to anything as well. Tickets are gone. Good reminder, guys, spend your tickets. You will earn more in terms of currency by spending them this weekend than you will for any compensation. So do that now.
Make sure to get those tickets in. You want to spend them as quickly as possible. But hold on, we've got a bit more to talk with those players. Let's send it back away real quick.
Who is the best player in the world?
日本の R 指定だと思ってます。
Cryman.
Twisty Twig. Me.
El mejor jugador en el mundo es muy difícil, pero entre los mejores para mí son Chaos, Guille y Symantec actualmente.
Para mi gusto no hay un jugador así destacable, pero para mi gusto diría que los de mi equipo.
What is your favorite food?
果物の梨です。
Sushi.
Ramen. Tacos.
Mi comida favorita suelen ser las pizzas o los espaguetis.
Diría todo lo que tiene que ver con pasta o si no el sushi.
Which brawler should you first master as a beginner?
ニタです。
I think it's Rosa.
Nita. Shelly.
Recomiendo dominar Nita ya que es un personaje muy simple, pero se le puede sacar mucho partido.
Recomendaría saber utilizar brawlers como Ricochet que requieren un gran alto nivel.
What is your favorite game mode and map?
制圧と好きなモードは制圧で、マップは工場大乱闘。
My favorite game mode is Siege Factory and my favorite map is Junk Park.
Brawl Ball. Triple J Ball.
Brawl Ball, Pinal Pant.
Mi modo favorito es Brawl Ball y un estadio y sería Super Estadio.
Balón Brawl y diría que triple.
Do you think that you can become the world champion?
はい。
I think not, because I'm not good now, because I didn't play game a lot.
Yes.
Yes.
Sí, creo que podemos ser los campeones del mundo, aunque quizás nos hemos puesto fuerte un poco tarde.
Para mi punto de vista, diría que sí.
What does your communication with your team sound like?
最近一つ山があったけど、それを乗り越えていい感じになってきてます。
Our team members are very noisy.
Energetic.
Intense.
Vale, como los tres somos de España, tenemos una buena comunicación. Aparte, llevamos mucho tiempo como equipo.
Bastante buena, la verdad, y sobre todo que nosotros solemos jugar después de los entrenamientos juntos.
When did you start playing Brawl Stars?
ベータ版が始まった時からずっとやってます。
Almost 1.5 years.
First day, 1 hour after release of Brawl Stars.
Mid 2018, around summer vacation.
2 integrantes de mi equipo, incluido yo, llevamos desde la beta y los otros 2 jugadores desde el global.
Trevor, Muniz y yo empezamos a jugar el verano de 2018 y Guille se introdució un año después.
Describe Brawl Stars in one short sentence.
ブロースターズは楽しいチームスポーツです。
World best game.
Brawl Stars is a fun and interactive game.
Fun.
Un 3 vs 3 super dinámico.
Un juego muy fuerte y estratégico.
If you weren't a professional Brawl Stars player, what would you be doing instead?
普通の大学生やって普通に就職してます。
Actually, I'm very good at cooking, so maybe I'll become a chef.
I would be a game designer and making games.
Probably more focus on my economic degree.
No lo podría saber. Seguiríamos estudiando como lo seguimos haciendo, pero no sabríamos qué seríamos.
Yo seguiría jugando a fútbol, como ya dije anteriormente, y mi equipo pues diría que seguirían estudiando.
All right, one group down, one group left to go today. We are halfway through everything that we're throwing at you today. And next up, it is going to be Europe. The first match is just around the corner, and it is going to be Clash EU versus CODEMAGIC Purple. This is a clash of the titans, if you will, as both of these teams have seen a lot of representation over the first few monthly finals. Clash, represented by Treble, Guille, Muniz, and Chaos. We're going to have a little chat about Clash first before we move on to CODEMAGIC Purple. And now it's time for Falcone's Facts! Yeah, I've given it a name now, there you go. If Treble wins the prize money, he is going to buy a good setup for YouTube and better Wi-Fi. Then maybe he'll become a real-life Brawl star. Clash EU are very happy with their team. They mostly claim they wouldn't want to change any one member, although Trebor does admit he wouldn't mind having Twisty Twig join the team. On the other side of this game, though, CODEMAGIC Purple, represented by Sun Bentley, Cursed, Jeton, and KC. Jeton says his strategy in the qualifier was to stay chill and not use voice chat if you don't feel comfortable. Are the teams that good where they don't need to communicate to win? Amazing! CODEMAGIC Purple are particularly afraid of the other EU teams like Clash. I guess it's unlucky for them that that's how the groups work. They're all in it together, but it's great for us. There's going to be some great matches. Over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Falcone. I'm joined by Ark once again as we kick off Europe, and we're jumping into our first matchup, which is going to be CODEMAGIC Purple going up against Clash EU. And Clash have absolutely been tearing through Europe in the previous months, Ark.
Yeah, tearing through Europe, Clash, as we know from the month one that we had, very victorious in Poland. Bans are in Clash banning M's, double M's, in fact.
That means M's removed, but most importantly, we can now have the opportunity to debut Sprout in the Brawl Stars Championship, and I think there's a high likelihood we will see that come out at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Sprout can be very, very dominating on certain maps with good channels to lock down. So I think that we might very well see Sprout making an appearance today, and I really hope that happens.
Likewise, let's take a look at the map pool, and that might give us a better idea if we're going to see him. Sandy Gems Heist is our first match to kick things off with, and then we're going over to Brawl Ball, and even though he's been nerfed a little bit, Sprout is still oppressive on this map, or still oppressive on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, it had to be done. I really actually personally like that nerf. I think that worked out very well for Sprout, and we actually saw a nerf to his second star power before it was even released. with those things in mind. Yeah, I think for this map, especially Sandy Gems, there are some very tight lanes on that left and right hand side, even in the center, to lock down. So Sprout could be a good choice here. I don't know whether I personally would go for a Sprout here myself. I think there's probably better brawlers to kind of like look at in terms of tankiness, in terms of speed and agility, like B, Max, that kind of thing. But having said that, I think that Sprout might well make an appearance here. It would be a viable option for me.
Yeah, I think you can get value out of here, like you said, by locking down one of the channels, especially if you're a man down. You put down the super, you buy more time for your team's respawns to come in. That could be useful when you're on the defense. Also, stopping anyone from coming to support a lone defender. If they're running back down the side of the map, you can get some value out of Sprout there. I'm not 100% sold we'll see him on this map. I think it's later in the series we'll see him, but we're going to find out. We're into the action already. No Sprout to be seen. A lot of BB, some Daryl, Max, and some Brock in the show.
Yeah, like I thought, agility for me is definitely going to be key here, and I think that's a wise decision. Daryl, BB, great brawlers, and you can use that BB bubble especially to sort of ricochet off the wall, getting damage time and time again on those repetitions there. But look at this, bit of a safe rush going on here. Clash actually going down there. Chaos left on his own. Damage going on both sides, actually. Look at the score here, 38% to 60. A big exchange there, Tridd.
Absolutely, and CODEMAGIC are now going to sprint it down the map to try and get every ounce they can, but the respawns have come in a little bit too fast, and Clash have deterred them without any tangible damage being done to the safe, as Muniz trying to find a way to jump over the obstacle, but some Bentley will take him out. They're really struggling to find a connection on the safe.
Yeah, it really is. That's the case. I mean, Clash are very, very good on defense. Some Bentley trying to get a ball, didn't get it. IKS now on his own, getting more damage for Clash, but pushed back quickly by Curse. Bit of a misroll there as well on the side, but nevertheless, Clash holding now mid-control and in a good position if they can push as a team to get this game on the first time round.
Well, Guille is going to try and force through the back line by using the Dower roll. Chaos taken out by the BB, but he will trade. So it means it's a 2-1 in favor of CODEMAGIC Purple as they go on the offensive. Curse just walks straight into Muniz, won't find any damage onto the safe, but they don't need to. They're in the lead right now. Jeton going to try and go in with the Dower roll. Doesn't find the success he wants. Some Bentley with the bubble is going to ricochet back and hit the safe, and he gets a couple of swings on, dropping it down low as Curse tries to go in for the cleanup, but he's taken out. CODEMAGIC Purple still hold all the cards in this match.
Both of these teams are playing this perfectly. Some Bentley staying alive there was so crucial to get that damage, and he's going through again.
He's going in.
On his own.
He's trying to do it himself.
Damage. He's getting hits. This could be it. It is. CODEMAGIC will take the first game, but it was close.
Yeah, it was some very back and forth. Take a look at some of the replays, recap that, but the BB picks coming out huge in that first game. The extra ability to get onto the safe fast, use your full stack attack to be able to clear some space and buy more time on the safe has been absolutely crucial to making this pick work.
Full stack attack. That just rolls off the tongue. But
I think it's the most apt way of describing it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Both teams played it pitch perfect, I think, in terms of brawler comps. Pushing as a team, for me, is such an important aspect of playing Heist and something that we don't see nearly enough. And often that is a reason as to why one side will falter, is simply that they're pushing as individuals rather than as a team. Both of these sides were doing that, and it just made the game very exciting to watch, very chaotic and very close.
Yeah, completely agree as well. That was a great start to this series, and if there's any indicator of how the rest of it is going to go, it's going to be very different to what we saw in Asia, where we might have an elongated series instead of these fast stomps we've been seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be far more evenly matched and really could go either way at any moment in this respect. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's jump into game number 2 then. We're still on Heist, and the compositions haven't changed at all. They're still running the exact same thing. CODEMAGIC Purple putting a lot of stock into the Max pick. They're already onto the safe, and there's been only fractional trades coming back here. Sun Bentley and Jeton have got some free time. In fact, Jeton's just going to play Gatekeeper, buy Sun Bentley all the time. He needs to keep dealing damage to the safe, and he's been left unattended. But hang on a minute, the safe rush is still happening, and the damage being traded back on the CODEMAGIC Purples goes in favor of CLASH EU.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage being dealt on the other side. It was a great attempt by IKaos to defend, actually, just going to show just how strong the push of Sunbenny and Cursed was. More damage going out. Jetson rolling in. This could be a hit. If Jetson gets some good shots, which he does. INTZ is missing a couple there. This is going to be really close, Tridd.
But Jeton's still alive. He's going back to the safe. They didn't fully deal with him. The respawns are coming in as well. And it's 12 to 11%. These final offenses could decide it, Ark.
It's honestly so tight between these two teams. IKaos had to pop some dust go down. That might come into play here. BB's gadget, rather, is very, very dominant on...
Yeah, he's on the safe. He's going to do it. He uses his gadget as well to get that damage, but he doesn't find the last hit. 2% is where it ends.
I cannot believe Sunbenny just did that with the super. The body blocking is unreal here. Jetson rolling in as well.
Oh no!
This is incredible from CODEMAGIC.
It's about to go wrong. They're all on the safe. They rush it in, and CODEMAGIC Purple will take Heist and go 1-0 in the series.
I cannot explain to you what we just witnessed. Sunbenny spawning in, using the invincibility to tank so much damage, and then Jetson with a roll to save the president there, to tank that Brock shot. Unbelievable defensive display there from CODEMAGIC.
I actually think that there's actually been a huge misstep here from CLASH on that map. Where we saw a little bit earlier in the replay package, Jetson being left unattended on that safe. Well, he went over into the back right corner, but they didn't finish him off. And they left him unattended. He went back in and got even more damage because they didn't finish him off or didn't want to keep the pressure up. I believe it was Muniz on the Brock. If he could have just stuck around a little bit longer to deal with Jetson, they wouldn't have been in such a position where their percentage was so low. But the fact they just seemed to ignore him for that period of time, opting to go for the offense instead, well, Jetson capitalized on that perfectly, and it spelt disaster for CLASH EU.
Yeah, you cannot leave people unattended. They will heal and they will stay being a pest. Super Stadium up next here. Sprout could be a really viable option, actually. As we know in Brawl, he's very devastating. Got to point out as well, the amount of damage to the safe in those previous games was the closest that we've seen so far. 70,000 damage by CLASH to 90,000 by CODEMAGIC. So by far the closest that we've seen so far in Heist in terms of damage on the safe.
Yeah. One fun thing to note about the value of Sprout is a lot of people think it's the meme to like lock people in the goal. Well, actually, another strategy that we saw this past week, Ark, was people getting control of the game early, scoring a goal, then putting the ball into a back corner and using Sprout's super to constantly lock the ball off, so possession is just not an option for the enemy team. We could see a lot of that if it comes into it. And there it is, double Sprout coming onto Brawl Ball. This is the Brawl Stars Championship debut of the latest Brawler.
I cannot wait to see how these pro players use Sprout to effect, and straight off the bat we can see that the preferred star power definitely is that more explosive damage radius there, but it's definitely, I would say, CODEMAGIC on the back foot early on, needing to respawn in. CLASH taking it very cautiously, very slowly in this early stage of the game.
Well, Muniz is right on top of a goal. Great execution there by the stun coming out from Nita. Jetson managing to time that one perfectly. There's the ball in the back right left corner of the map. It should buy CLASH Europe even more time to respond to this attack, but they need to pay attention to Curses on the left-hand side. Muniz can put his super up, but it will block off a pass. The Lingium getting a little bit too close. Great stun there by Guille with the Nita Bear again to reset the tempo.
Yeah, Nita's gadget, honestly, in my opinion, probably one of the strongest in the game currently, especially in Brawl Ball. And that's what we're seeing here, is that just awareness to the Nita Bear in order to get that stun now. A good advantage here for CODEMAGIC, but just unable to really collect themselves as a team and make something of that opportunity.
Yeah, all very stagnated. No one's really had a good attempt at goal. Cursed, he's actually received the pass into the back line. That'd be considered offside. Oh! It stops on the line! Just a fraction too late. And oh my god, actually Sprout may have killed Jetson there. He walled him off to keep the bear away, but it actually locked off one of his teammates.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, getting that Sprout super to not impact your team in a negative way is very difficult, especially at such like an early stage in the Brawler's lifespan. Players are still working it out here as Jetson looks for an opportunity, shut down a little bit by Gia, who saw it coming, and now CODEMAGIC just going to recollect and take it a bit slower, but there was a chance there if Gia was not aware to get a shot on goal.
Well, Gia is going to move forward, just blast the ball there, using the wall to cut off the sightlines, forcing everything into one channel. It's okay for Muniz. He doesn't mind being caught off. He can throw his damage over this obstacle and assist his team regardless. 15 seconds remaining. Overtime's about to come into play. It's going to be increasingly difficult to try and defend shots on target.
10 seconds then, it's not really anything in terms of goals, but the position of that ball very much in Clash's favor here. Gigo in IKS with the super.
They've got one kill.
Great opportunity for Clash if they can capitalize here in this overtime. And so goes down. It is! It's going to be a goal for Clash, giving them the first game of Brawl Ball.
Great bounce back from Clash, not to be deterred from their first map loss. They're able to come back in an overtime push. Very slow and stagnant game, though, Ark. I wonder if that's an omen of what we're expecting to see in the rest of our Brawl Ball matches if Sprout gets through. That replay there, nearly completely different for CODEMAGIC. The shot by Jetson, unfortunately, not going to land, not have the distance to end up in that goal. Actually, just stopping on the goal line, which is kind of tragic when you think about it.
Yeah, both of these teams have different strategies, generally, from what I've been observing. And Clash are very, very patient, very slow. They like to take their time and not rush the goal, whereas CODEMAGIC are much more on the aggressive and like to get things wrapped up quickly. So both are very viable options and strategies. And Curse now changing to Primo. I wonder how that... And Muniz changing to Rosa here. Both teams going with a tankier option. It's worked out better for CODEMAGIC as Curse going to approach it, wants it in 20 seconds of game time.
Poco, BB, and Rosa not working out for Clash Europe as the first goal in comes in fast. Chaos stunned up, receiving a lot of damage. Great heal from Guille keeps him up. You only have that super for a limited amount of time, as Muniz will be forced into position by Sprout's obstacles. Great stun combo there by Jetson to lock him up. The ball's in the half of Clash EU, but they're trying to move this line of attrition into CODEMAGIC Purple's half.
Yeah, absolutely. Cursed doing a fantastic job there as Primo just kind of trying to hurt the pact here. The double tank heal approach by Clash will be a better served strategy if they can push up as they are doing so. If Muniz goes down here, they're just going to deflate that push, and it does. Cursed again, able to walk it in surely or get the hit on Chaos. He does. Can he walk this in? Is this going to be...
He might be able to. Guille. Oh, the flip! He body slams Guille out of the way and he's able to get it in there. So CODEMAGIC will tie up the Brawl Ball map.
Honestly, I can never get enough of Primo's gadget. It is just one of the funniest interactions and a very, very high skilled strategy, in fact. But it just looks hilarious. And CODEMAGIC then just showing that they can bring it back as well.
Yeah, so like I said, it could be one of these matches that goes the distance, Ark, as we're about to jump into our conclusion of Brawl Ball. Adaptation's not working out for Clash EU. They're bringing in a tanky composition with Poco, foregoing the Sprout as well. But it was actually that El Primo pick that made all of the difference for CODEMAGIC Purple. So will they try and focus their adaptations around that?
This is the thing now. What I'm loving is seeing how these two teams are constantly mixing things up. And like I was saying earlier about being unpredictable in that sense, it goes such a long way. And I'm really kind of curious now as to what comp we're going to see for this third and final game, because, you know, once a team's been kind of changing things up and you change your things up, and now they're both in this position where we're all even. And who's going to make that move?
I mean, who goes first, right? It's chicken and egg argument a little bit. Like, who's going to have to make that the call? Who's going to take the gamble? They may just play it safe and try and brute force their own compositions. I think that Clash EU are the team that's going to have to adapt. The one they ran into Game 2 was not strong enough. They're going to have to change that up somehow. And I think maybe going back to their Game 1 composition might be the plan. That might fare better against the Primo that's coming out from CODEMAGIC Purple.
Yeah, the Poco pick is just not enough on defense, and it just tickles Curse as he walks the ball in. So, you know, if Curse does choose to play El Primo once again, and Clash do go with that Poco pick, they're going to have to really work as a team to ensure that their defense is on point.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to jump into that match right now. So here's the conclusion of Brawl Ball coming onto your screens. I want to see what the compositions are. And it looks like Sprout, BB, and Nita has come back. So similar compositions, but Cursed is still going to stay on the primo.
Yeah, Clash definitely are well aware that that was their failing factor there, was the defense side of things, going with the Nita for the stun. Like Chaos here on his own, walking.
Oh no.
It's reverse Tridd. We're seeing Clash now with the aggression and an early goal, much like we saw previously with CODEMAGIC in the last game.
I do like what Kurth attempted to do there, though. He tried to flip Ghost out of the way so he can make a beeline for Muniz, but he wasn't able to get the kill, unfortunately. And now he's trapped between a rock and a bubble, and it's bouncing hard as Chaos will take out the big tank line, move forward. Great defensive super usage there by Sun Bentley to stop all aggression. And so that's going to stop the push, but Clash have control of this game.
I kind of felt like Clash should have used that situation more to their advantage, really. If they placed the ball and waited for CODEMAGIC to break that Sprout super as they came in with that invincibility, they might have been able to walk the ball in, but opting again, like I said earlier, to be patient and more kind of like calculating in that respect. It might go against them, however. Some barely approaching.
No.
The pass to Cursed is good. This could be a goal here for CODEMAGIC. If Cursed can't finish it, a great defense from Clash.
I think I understand the primo pick in this one, Ark. I think it's, though, we talk about how the actual placement of this super from Sprout can cut off teammate routes. Well, Primo, if he has his super, he can just jump over. He can break enemy territory as well. There's a lot he can do with his super that counters and shuts down the Sprout. It's actually making more sense to me now.
Yeah, Primo's not actually really the most popular of picks in Brawl Ball, but on this particular map, Curse showing how effective it can actually be in terms of herding and positioning, and I really think it's a bold brawler pick that's definitely working very much in CODEMAGIC's favor here, but they are currently still 1 goal down, 30 seconds left. They got to bring this back.
Yeah, a lot of control still in favor of Clash EU. I'm not even certain where the ball is right now. Where is it? Oh, back right corner. So, yeah, they're going to struggle to get hold of that in the next 20 seconds. If they get some kills, they might be able to turn it around fast. But they need to do something. Well, Muniz now can just put his super up as well and block the ball off if they go for it. There you go. He's blocking off Curse. And he doesn't have the super. He's trapped. He can't move. And that's going to be it. The game, there's no way they come back from this arc.
The only thing they could do, that CODEMAGIC could do there was Curse to break those walls, and Curse went down, and it's going to be then Clash, which take the second set, evening things out. This one just got interesting, Tridd.
Yeah, tied up 1 apiece overall right now after Brawl Ball, which has probably been our slowest map of the day so far, I would argue, Ark.
Yeah, this is really getting heated now. Both of these two teams, they know exactly what they're doing, and we often see in Europe as well as the meta being consistent across Europe, just as we've seen a different meta in Asia, but being still relatively consistent in Asia, and it's great to see now both teams playing Sprout. We can see how the pros are interacting. Look at that damage dealt, though. Pretty consistent, and the goal scored, but the kills there. Clash just able to do more in terms of finalizing that damage.
Yeah, so Clash able to capitalize on the damage more, but very scarily similar in terms of their score line across the board there, which I think really is indicative of what we saw. We're going to be moving on to our next map type shortly. The series is tied 1 apiece, which is already making this going to last. It only means it's going to last longer than our previous series in Asia, which were very one-sided, and that's what I love to see about Europe is it's not one team that rises to the top per month. It's actually a lot of teams brawling it out, and we actually have a level of consistency we may not see in other regions.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Stonefort is the next map up, and this is, again, one of those really frantic and chaotic situations, especially if both teams go over similar comp here. We might see yet again that locking of horns between these two teams, because they both can read each other pretty well from what we've seen so far.
I think one pick we're definitely going to see, or if I stand corrected, I thought we were going to see the Rosa here, that bridge connector between center and outer brushes. Very important to keep the information questionable at best. But we're seeing the Pam come in, Bow and Sprout, so mirror compositions across the board.
Yeah, good brawlers here definitely for me are Bo and Pam. I've yet to really kind of see Sprout being used from the competitive scene. Like you said, Rosa is a very, very solid choice to bridge those bushes, but not being seen just yet. Maybe both teams will be holding out on that pick for later on. But Clash with an early start for gems in the bag for them.
I think this makes a lot of sense, though, to bring the Sprout here into Stonefort, because you can seal off one of the entrances to this central point and really cut out reinforcements or aggression if timed correctly.
Definitely. Look at him, Muniz on his own with Jet, and if he can get this kill here, he could have got more gems, but unfortunately, I think the time spent for Curse going to the right-hand side there will mean that Muniz was able to pick up 1 gem and potentially the 3 or 4 if they can get this takedown. Kind of interesting to see how Pam has kind of turned into this brawler, which is now much more a solo play brawler than it is a team play. Just an observation there, taking that lane.
Sun Bentley gets away with 2 gems and picked off on the side there by Guille's Bow. Muniz storming away with the gem lead right now, 9 in his pocket, and he's about to get his 10th and start that countdown timer.
Yeah, Muniz honestly did a fantastic job there, just being aware to the gems and, pretty much just not really doing anything in terms of kills, but massive amounts of support from him, giving Clash the countdown, and this could be the first game to Clash. If the next 5 seconds are, Clash, very comfortable in gem grab.
Yeah, so the not to be deterred by their match 1 performance, the path to victory still exists for Clash EU, picking up that first game quite comfortably. One thing to point out there, Muniz sitting at around about 1,000 trophies on Sprout already, and I know there's a lot of people who are hard grinders as well, but it's good to see the time being committed to the new brawler to make it work on this stage.
Yeah, just want to point out that I got a pretty substantial Sprout when he first. I'm just gonna put that out there. I think.
What did you get? What did you get? Oh, go on, plug yourself.
1,100 trophies. I think that's pretty. That's not bad.
He's a bit of a gamer.
But Sprout for me is a very, very fun brawler, very new, different mechanic, and that's the thing for me. Sprout was very strong when he first came into the meta for sure. Did receive that nerf, as we all know, quite a substantial nerf at that. But it's the mechanic for me. It's that new thing in the game, and that can be reined in or elaborated upon. But being able to block off areas of the map, such a strong strategy and competitive.
Yeah, seeing its value in this series. I'm glad he wasn't banned out. I imagine this may be the rarity that we get to see it in this series. I don't think we're going to see it in follow-up ones today or potentially tomorrow when we cover North America and Latin America South. The compositions are identical yet again. This time, though, there's changing who's going into which lane.
Yeah, it definitely seems as though Curse going against Guille and that kind of not taking the same lane, I think, might be something which could play into their advantage. As Curse now getting the pinch on Muniz. What a great super from Muniz to block off.
No, that was not a great. I completely disagree with that.
Disagree with that?
I disagree. I understand the intent. Block the damage, but then he cornered himself with a pinch from Jetson. So it was very short-sighted, I think.
I think I was hoping that Jetson wouldn't have noticed what was going on in that center area and was too focused on his lane, and it obviously came back to bite for sure. And CODEMAGIC now with a good lead now, 6 gems for them, and that is potentially going to bring things back into CODEMAGIC's core.
Well, Clash have control of the center as well. They've killed off the gem carrier, but there's no point in trying to go and grab those ones because they're not leaving the spawn room. Just keep control of this center. Make sure you use the man advantage you've generated for yourself and try and continue to keep control of the spawner.
Yeah, absolutely. But look here, at the moment now, it's kind of Clash that are starting to dominate that control, and we've seen this in the previous game as well. Clash are very good at holding this control, and CODEMAGIC needs to do more as a team and less as individuals, I feel.
It's interesting that if you actually, I've just noticed something they tried to do there. By putting the super on top of the spawner itself, you stop members from being able to grab the gems in certain situations, which could stall out the gem collection even longer than it should be.
Sun going down there just allowed Iminus to pick up a ton of gems. 10 now. And that is going to be countdown for Clash as quickly as that one takedown. This could be the set to Clash here if CODEMAGIC can't get these gems.
Yeah, Jetson's going on the offense as well, so is Curse. There's a good super being used by Muniz. So they got him! What? Curse is in the spawn, though, cannot escape. There's 10 gems sitting in the spawn line. Where is Bo going? Is he trying to keep them off the collector to make sure they don't cash in? Yes, they have to, because they had 6 sitting in spawn from when they had their last assault.
Yeah, very smart plays from CODEMAGIC, and Clash almost forgot that. I think there's plenty of time to get 10 from the middle, but they need 11. If they don't get 11, this game is all over right here with 3 seconds.
Muniz again. Chaos goes for the body block, and they get it. That's 10 gems for Muniz, and it means that Clash EU will walk away with gem grab, pushing them to match points.
Clash are turning it around now. They're starting to find their pacing and get it together. And gem grab was very much in their favor, and that's going to give them a good, solid boost. 2-1, currently in favor of Clash. A great place to be going into the next game mode.
Absolutely, and we'll get that map set on your board shortly so you can see where it comes from. But let's have a look at the stats so far. Damage very much going the way of Clash EU in that particular matchup. The gap is increasing between the similarity in stats between Brawl Ball and this match.
Yeah, the Gem Grab was definitely a map which Clash felt comfortable in, and I wonder next up whether we'll see the same thing again. Clash do practice a great deal on maps and game modes that kind of evolve around control. They do like to area control as opposed to go for an objective like, say, in Brawl Ball, despite doing very well in Brawl Ball today. And when it comes to area control, they are very good at showing how good they are at doing just that. This could actually go in CODEMAGIC's favor here, because I think that this is maybe a game mode more suited towards their playstyle. Very aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Canal Grand, obviously you're locked into lanes a little bit more if you give control away of the mid. So you want to be playing a little bit of range, but you also want to make sure that you've got control of the pivot point, so to speak, because then you can control the flow of who's attacking. It's very easy to set up pinches on the offense as well.
Look out for Jetton. I'm calling it now. Genie's on the cards, not banned here, as we know. So yeah. I feel like this could be the chance for CODEMAGIC to just kind of rein it back.
No Gene.
I'm surprised.
BB, Rosa, and Poco for the side of Clash EU, and then CODEMAGIC Purple. Oh, they have got Genes. Sorry, I completely missed him. Oh, no, it's not Gene, it's Poco. What am I saying?
I'm really surprised. Yeah, Jetton does like the tankier brawlers too, but for me, I feel like he might have gone with the Gene pick there. Maybe they're holding back that card potentially there, but an early back and forth. It's actually CODEMAGIC to take the early lead here. I mean, this could go down here as well. I think it's going to a great start for CODEMAGIC.
Yeah, they picked up the first star. They've got 2 kills under the bag. Chaos is by himself, tries to answer back. Jetton having to pop his super to make sure he stays alive and is able to capitalize and refrag, so they keep the lead here with 8 stars to 3.
Yeah, this is definitely much. You can already see it's a different CODEMAGIC right now, playing as a team far better than they were in the previous game. And another takedown by Cursed on iChaos there, giving 10 stars to CODEMAGIC. And Jetton and somebody should finish off Muniz here. Surely they're working so well together here. Muniz is going to go down here despite the heals attempts of Guille. And this is looking like a much more feeble Clash right now.
Guille trying to stay alive, uses his own super to get the heal. He's able to get it back fast enough to help Muniz, who's trying to capitalize and kill Jetton, who's sitting on 4 stars. If he gets away from this, that's a huge blow to Clash EU to not be able to finish him off when he's playing so aggressive with 4 stars in his back line. And he's going for kills yet again. They're popping supers to keep the resistance up. The Pocos are actually pocketing the Roses as they go in, and Guille is now on the threat because Jetton's at point blank range. And there it is. CODEMAGIC cleans house, and they're going to seal the deal now, Ark.
This is an annihilation we're seeing from CODEMAGIC. Such a difference in the team from the previous game mode of Gem Grab, and like I predicted, this is definitely going to be much more in their comfort zone for sure. Amazing display there. I don't think there's anything Clash can possibly do, even if they get this kill on Jetton. This one's all over, Tridd.
Nah, it was over ever since the large and in charge play from Jetton was made, and that means that CODEMAGIC Purple will take the first game of Canal Grand, and they're trying to force this out and reset the match. Going to a map 5 is definitely what they're looking to do here.
For me, it's really interesting to see how much Canal Grande is just swapped in terms of the meta recently. Double tank Poco. It's not a comp, I'll be honest, that I would kind of hesitate to see in the majority of Bounty. And we're seeing it. And we've seen it earlier this week also, Tridd.
The Slambulance.
The Slambulance, exactly, yeah. Gone seem to be the days of, Piper, Brock, Tick. It seems to be very much close range, and it's just interesting to see the shift.
Well, I think we saw it earlier in the Asia finals where one team went for this beefier, aggressive composition, and they actually pincered these ranged brawlers we typically see on these maps being forced back. As soon as you lose that control and your range isn't doing it and you've got the sustain, the HP pools to play around with and take some damage on the entry, then you shut down the range altogether, because once you get in their face, it's over.
This is the thing, and unless you're really hitting those shots, it's far easier to juke than it is to do anything else. And seeing how this one's going to go then, not too much by the way of brawler comp changes. Curse and Munis taking a lane as Sprout, but I feel like this synergy between Sunbentley and Jeton is the key to CODEMAGIC. You get an early lead now, 3 stars ahead already of Clash.
But then also what happened there was Jeton came into the right-hand lane, which Curse was occupying by himself in the 1v1 for spots, and just almost aided him and gave him and donated some pressure over to Muniz, which forced him to retreat. And in that retreat and in that chaos, that's where Curse landed these shots to be able to get those kills and get a kill and put them in the lead.
Yeah, I'm kind of questioning as well that use of super as well, just kind of like boxing Clash in furthermore. Might have been used to greater effect on a more aggressive. But this is the thing about Clash's play styles. They're very passive, they're very patient, and CODEMAGIC very aggressive. And in Bounty, you know, he who dares wins, Tridd, and going in aggressively to get those stars early on gives you that advantage. You can sit back more, you can play it safer, and that's what we're seeing here.
Chaos being sustained in. They're going to trade supers as he goes for a brawl, a boxing match with Jeton, if you will. It's the pugilistic ant able to deter the attack. Sunbentley now in his sights. Great wall there to push Sunbentley back to safety and Chaos away to maintain this lead for CODEMAGIC Purple.
Incredible super by Cass, gotta be honest. Definitely coming to the rescue here, but I think Munis is doing a great job here, and it's got to be noted here that there's not much of a lead, and the game mode is coming to a close. Down goes Jeton there, and another takedown. Clash just turned it around last minute with now a 4-star lead. Wow.
It's not over yet. They're still in range, though. This could be flipped back from CODEMAGIC Purple with one good push. There's only 4 stars in it, but Jeton's going to go down. The lead's extended, and they've lost their tank. There's no way they're going to be able to do it. That's going to be Clash EU equalizing Canal Grand.
My goodness me. ICAS was absolutely popping off at the end of that game. There we see it. You know, the patience and of Clash, it does help. Sometimes it just depends as to whether they can make that final play in, and in that instance they absolutely did. Great plays from Clash. I gotta say, I didn't expect it, but it was cutting it fine, let's be honest.
Yeah, certainly coming down to the wire right now. We're at what could be the match point, but also if CODEMAGIC Purple come back into this one and force out that final map, who knows what's going to happen, to be honest, Art. This one has probably been one of the closest games in any of the monthly finals we've seen so far.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, I've got my money on CODEMAGIC, though, to equalize this. I would love to see it. I like close games. I never like taking favorites because all I care about is that both teams give it their all. And this is so exciting to watch. And I really hope we end on a good note regardless, as these two teams lock their horns now.
Right, early start given over to CODEMAGIC Purple. They have to retreat because Jeton took a lot of damage, so they're going to let that natural healing come into play, but they're stagnated in the middle. Using these bushes to hide and obscure their movement seems to be the play.
Yeah, the Rosa Bush strategy, using that gadget to kind of like open up your options to move around the map and to heal at the same time. Very, very dominant strategy here. And, you know, again, just seeing a very slow start. Both teams just looking to get their super, to create an opportunity, and not really too much going on, just literally cycling their supers at the moment.
Cycling supers, but they're also being quite smart as well. They're using the wall to stop any aggression from the poke damage that's coming in as they're trading back and forth. When they know they don't have poke advantage, they use the super from Sprout to stop the aggression, to make sure they can get the HP back high enough to be able to take a neutral fight.
Yeah, it's a really, really good thing to note there as well. Like that the Sprout super doesn't need to be used aggressively, it can be used very defensively, and that's what we're seeing both sides choosing and opting towards doing here. And at the moment, though, you got to point out, CODEMAGIC did get that first star. They've got 1 star in the bank, and if nothing changes, although I fear it might, and it might even change right now. Sunbentley looking low, pops the gadget, not enough, he goes down. ICAS again coming in so heavily for Clash and giving them, and another kill by
Right, 4 stars to 1. 20 seconds remaining, Ark. If they get the kill on Muniz somehow, they will flip it back in their favor, but they have to wait for all 3 members. Here comes the damage from Cursed off to the side. 15 seconds remaining. Jetton and some Bentley struggling to get out of the spawn. They're going towards IKaos. He's low. He's at 2,000 HP. No shield. They only have to get 1 more kill, and Guille's isolated. They need to pinch him fast, but they're not able to do it. Guille, 1 second remaining. It goes down.
Oh!
And CODEMAGIC Purple able to come back at the end there and force it out to map number 5.
What? That was literally down to the millisecond, Tridd. I mean, you couldn't have cut that any finer than that. And talk about a last-minute play from CODEMAGIC. We're going to another game mode, and it wasn't looking that way literally just a minute ago. My goodness me.
So map number 5, but look at the damage there. CODEMAGIC and Clash so close. There's only about 9,000 damage in it, Ark.
I'm not even ready to talk yet, Tridd. I'm still in shock from that last game. I don't know what's real, what's up, down, left, and right. Do this without me, bro.
I don't think that's fair, Ark. I don't think I should be paid to do your job as well, unfortunately, mate. So you got to keep talking at some point, my friend. 2-2 scoreline. Going to map number 5, stark contrast to what we saw in Asia. CODEMAGIC Purple want to take it to him, and our deciding map will be Nuts and Bolts. We're moving over to a siege type.
Yeah, I've got to say that Clash are very comfortable in Siege. Again, very similar to Gem Grab in that kind of play style, and just area denial is what Clash do best. So, CODEMAGIC are really going to have to use that last moment of victory to kind of continue on and give themselves that boost to dominate Clash here in a game with which they are very comfortable in.
Jetton was caught between Sprout Wall and Natural Terrain. Cursed. Going to be moved away to the side by Muniz and Space. It's a tie for the first siege, which means it's just going to roll over to the next one. Clash certainly look like they've got control right now, but with so many fractured members of CODEMAGIC around, it could easily flip the other way.
Yeah, Cursed and IKaos, they're just choosing when to strike and when not to. Obviously, with every strike, you do lose that batting stance, protective shield, so every hit matters. It's going to be a very tight round here, and I fear for the team that have to defend this spot, or the team which are going to be on the receiving end of a push in the next round, should we get to it here. But it is definitely looking as though CODEMAGIC are going to have a very meaty robot coming in.
Yeah, so they're on 13 bolts already with 5 seconds remaining. They're probably going to cash into 14, so before that goes in. So yeah, 14. Siege bot moving in right now. Chaos will go down. He'll come back with the invulnerability shield. It's purple. It's going to come in and damage your eye if you're not too careful. Guille trying to buy some more time. The Wolf from Muniz forces it to path differently, buying even more time for him to deal damage. And it's a great response from the Sprout. We'll get the connection very briefly, taking it down by 26%.
It's a really strong defense, it's got to be said. I like Jetton's cheeky little spin there as he realized that Sprout can redirect the bot. But, Clash are banking some bolts here. And, to be honest, CODEMAGIC needed to get every bolt in that round. They're going to be on the defense, and it's a tough call now for them to defend as strongly as Clash have just demonstrated now.
Absolutely, with 10 bolts in the bag, 30 seconds remaining. They're trying to claim back. It's actually CODEMAGIC Purple gaining so much control over the mid right now, but that siege bot is coming in. Level 11, who's going to jump on the defense? They've got the invulnerability shield. Start up to redirect it. I think it's too late for the redirect. They were not going to be able to do it. They're going to make the connection. This has all gone wrong. CODEMAGIC Purple's Ike is in disarray as it's going to wail on, and they're going to finish it off as well. Clash EU take the first game of this map.
Wow, Clash then match point here, and I'll be honest, looking at the damage, the way it went down that final siege push, I actually kind of was surprised at how long CODEMAGIC were able to prevent any damage at all, considering just how close the bot was. It was a valiant attempt, but not enough. Again, Clash's patience and perseverance here just paying off for them today.
Absolutely, as we're going to move into game number 2 real quick. I'm sure the players want to conclude this series while the momentum is in their favor. And it is Clash versus CODEMAGIC in our closest game of the day and possibly the monthly finals so far, with only 2 maps remaining unless there's some weird draw that happens while they get equal percent and we have to go to a fourth map, which I think is unlikely in Siege. But we're jumping into it now, and no compositional changes coming in for either team.
Yeah, not much change up going on here. It's just funny to see how Sprout is affecting the meta in the competitive scene. The days are kind of gone of Barley being such a strong choice now in Siege, and having that potential to redirect and to corner off areas is just why we're seeing Sprout dominating so much here. It is going to be CODEMAGIC on the defense, and actually I kind of feel like that could be a good thing for them if they're able to regain mid control after this push, if they even survive this first push. Who knows?
Well, Sam Bentley's even keeping hold of his super. I don't think he needs to use it yet. But there's some connections here. Look how much damage is coming in on that Ike. They've really misplayed this one. 31% is dropped down to, and a little bit of follow-through damage at the end. What are you doing? You were sat on your growth. You could have redirected the bot and bought more time.
That, I feel, is going to come back potentially, especially with iChaos bouncing these BB supers gradually. It's just a matter of time, really, now. And Gear wants to...
They're going to go for it. Gear just wants to finish it.
Ivan is going in with shots. No, 1%, 42.
They just know one more.
He left is all over Tridd. iChaos knows it. He's dancing. One BB ball, and this one's all she wrote.
Well, gets the assault there. The Sprout's been used early. There's the BB ball sent off at range. Kobe from downtown, and Chaos will secure victory for his team. Clash EU will win our first match of the day.
Wow, honestly, it's so great to see these two teams going at it again, as we've seen in previous months, but it was a very good attempt, got to be said, by CODEMAGIC. Kept us on our toes throughout the entirety of those games, but Clash just able to dominate in those game modes of more area control and coming out victorious today.
Absolutely, and Clash having the damage advantage, kill advantage, not the bolt advantage though, so they were able to make it work and get a lot more value without the siege bots coming in general comparison to CODEMAGIC Purple. I want to see what the total stats of the game are, because I have a feeling very close scoreline as we look at the final stats in the matchup. But yeah, Clash EU and CODEMAGIC Purple. Unlike the Asia final, you're probably going to be a little bit concerned of facing either of these teams, because there doesn't seem to be the incredibly dominant outlier. Both of these teams looking really strong right now. So I'd be worried about the rest of this group.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got more matches to come. This is just like match one of the group, and what's going to happen next could be just something insane to see. All we know for certain at the moment is that Clash are dominating today, and CODEMAGIC are playing very much on par with that level of skill, and what happens next is going to be exciting to watch for sure.
Yeah, over 1 million damaged in that series by virtue of it just going on for so long. Let's throw it over to Falcone, who'll bring us forward to the next match.
Now this is what I've been waiting for, guys. That was a match with CODEMAGIC taking the first set and then Clash coming straight back. We went all the way to match 5. That was an insane Brawl Stars match, but you know what time it is. It is time to celebrate our most valuable player of this match, and it's going to be iChaos. Are you surprised? Well, let's take a look. iChaos, 8 picks of BB. If you've been wondering who that BB's been with the bat, that's a lot of Bs, wandering around, slashing people to pieces with that amazing sword skin, it's been iChaos. We're going to see some of the very best moments now. But iChaos, always focused, always having fun, loves nothing more than playing Brawl Stars with his team. And you know what? We love watching him. Just look. I love watching these plays in the Brawl Ball, the passes, the invincibility coming in, and just walking in the goal. iChaos, clearly the MVP here in this match. We're going to see some siege now. We're going to see just that sword going all over the place, taking out the bot, taking out the Ike. That is some great performances from iChaos. But now we're going to take a look at the bracket and see what has happened. The first match, it was close, but it wasn't close enough as Clash EU did take that one down. CODEMAGIC Purple sitting in last place right now, but they still have a game to play against ZERØZONE. That is going to be coming up next. It's going to be CODEMAGIC against ZERØZONE EU. ZERØZONE, a team that we haven't seen I believe, at all during the monthly finals until now. So, it's time to introduce Fusterator, Adri FD, Leopard, and Eric. And it's time for Falcone's Facts. Fusterator claims that the team have been working really hard over the last month, with scrims every single day. They really want to make a good performance here, their first time in the monthly finals. When asked what their hobbies are, Eric said public relations. Can't really see how PR skills cross over with Brawl Stars, but hey, I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's take another look at CODEMAGIC Purple. You've seen them already once today. You saw them do very well, but not quite take down Clash. It's going to be Sun Bentley, Cursed, Jeton, and KC. A big focus of this team seems to be about remaining calm, staying comfortable, being composed. Most of the players really emphasize the fact that they have focus, skill, and experience. Although Cursed says he's only human. After all, he's only human. Casters, don't put the blame on me.
Okay, so it means that we are jumping into our next map shortly, and, well, I mean, he says he's only human, don't put the blame on him. Will he be able to get that? Will the mistakes come through more accurately, Woody? That's what I'm curious about.
Hey, we're all human, but his opponents are human too, so that's no excuse if you ask me. He's got 2 INTZ bans once again. Yeah. I have to say, though, Tridd, before we hop into this next match, I'm just so jealous of you that you got to cast that last one. What an awesome performance between both of those teams at the height of their game. The European group saw some amazing action to start off with, but we have got even more awesome gameplay coming up very shortly. We have got CODEMAGIC Purple, and they are going to be facing off against ZERØZONE, newcomers in this global arena, but ready to strike and make their name known.
I imagine we're going to end up seeing a little bit more of the Sprout as well. I can imagine how disruptive he's going to be on Minecart Madness, which appears to be our first map as well. Just when you think you're safe, you can get blocked off and trapped on the tracks. It's going to be disastrous for certain teams here if Sprout comes to fruition.
Yes, we'll see if he winds up growing strong. We have known for a long time that he's going to be very strong in Brawl Ball, especially if his super is able to block a shot. That was predicted by Frank a while back ago on Twitter. And in fact, I've kept an eye on Frank's Twitter, and he recently announced that there's going to be 10 event tickets in everyone's shop. So make sure to go grab those before you do your boss battle brawl this weekend. But anyways, we're getting into the game now. We're seeing a little bit of a lead here for CODEMAGIC Purple as the trains are chugging through the arena.
I love what Leopard's doing here, preemptively destroying the terrain to make sure that they have more mobility and not get caught up by the Sprout when they go on the offense here. Also creating new paths for him to try and deal with KC, who's going in with a super of his own to deal damage to Leopard. And he's in the tracks though. Pure place to start using that one.
Yeah, it was a pretty sneaky play. You might be able to pull an enemy into the path of that train, but when you're immobilized like that and there's no way to protect those 2 gems you're holding on to, you got to wonder if that was the right choice. It's going to be an opportunity now for ZERØZONE to make a comeback as they are getting that gem lead and building it up even higher.
KC got stunned. He was trying to go on the offense there. Easy cleanup for Leopard, and Frustrator is doing just that to Jeton. He's trying to protect Afrid from the damage, or Adrift, sorry, I got the pronunciation wrong. Protecting him, being that gem carrier. So he's on 8. If you look in the top right corner of your screen, CODEMAGIC Purple, they're sitting on 4 gems in their own spawn areas. Casey gets the cleanup. Afrid's under fire. He uses the super to keep himself safe. He will get destroyed, but Frustrator is there for the sweep, and he's in the spawn room with 9 gems.
KC playing it very conservatively there. Expected to see him go for the kill, but let Frustrator get away with those 9 gems. CODEMAGIC Purple in a really tricky spot now. They've got those 4 gems still sitting unclaimed on their side of the map, but they're behind still on that gem count, and they need to hold on to the center for a long time. Frustrator gets to 10, and that's going to be countdown for the blue team.
Not enough time to get the spawners to level this one out. So it means they're going to have to go on the offense here. Jeton off to the side. They're trying to close down these routes. Leopard hoping to pinch them into an angle which they can easily protect. Casey's going in deep. Frustrator has that shield from the batting stance ready to go. And he's going to keep himself alive. 11 gems on the side of this team of ZERØZONE, and they're going to be able to take away game 1.
Nice job there to Frustrate. You got to expect that the ZERØZONE team was hoping to keep the gems on Adrift there. The gem carrier playing typically on the back line, but Frustrator coming in clutch, grabbing those gems when Adrift went down and able to hold on to them throughout the rest of the game. Frank doing some excellent work on defense. They're shutting down those pathetic attacks to make that gem carrier fall. And so ultimately it's going to be a lead now for ZERØZONE, the 1-0 in this gem grab setup.
So great start for the debut team in the Brawl Stars Championship, going up against CODEMAGIC Purple. Very early days in the series, and we saw how long a CODEMAGIC Purple series can go. Sprout having a little bit of impact, but it was actually more about, as you highlighted during the CAF, Woody, about the Jackie misplacement, and also BB as well, pushing these people in front of the minecarts and forcing the RNG to act even more.
Yeah, we saw live how crucial those individual interactions can be. They can really make or break a game when you've got a gem carrier on the run, getting squeezed, especially by 2 attackers. If you're able to take them down and grab those gems, that can completely swing the momentum of a game like Gem Grab. I honestly think that Gem Grab is the most swingy of all of the game types in Brawl Stars, and we almost saw a complete upset in the making there. But didn't happen that time. We're going to go into game number 2 now, where CODEMAGIC Purple will get a chance to strike back.
Similar composition for ZERØZONE. They're going to walk in. This time, Casey's bringing out the Mr. P instead of the Jackie.
Yeah, Mr. P is a bit longer range than Jackie. Once he gets his Robo Porter set up, that can be some really difficult firepower to overcome, especially with all these trains coming out. It's kind of hard to get your positioning just right and avoid the damage from those guys when you've got a train coming at you and 3 enemy brawlers and a Robo Porter all stacked on top.
Well, the middle track is being kept off guard there by the super coming out from Cursed. 4 gems sitting on Adrift. Because you're going to take out the Porter by using the throw over the wall. Make sure Casey has to burn this one straight away. Might put it... No, he's going to put it in the exact same spot, but Jetton's caught off guard there. Unable to move where he wants to because of the super, and Frustrator will finish him off as Leopard goes on being a blocker to clear some space.
Ooh, gadget use there on that Mr. P Porter, but taken down by the train. Yeah, he took quite a bit of damage from that train. Got squished beneath it, but is still going to be holding on to those gems. Advantage now for ZERØZONE as they're trying to hang on to it, but nice pressure from Jetton is able to push them back a little bit further, giving some breathing room to CODEMAGIC Purple.
Well, Leopard's just opened up the map with that Frank super. Jetton has got Adrift caught in the spawn room. Frustrated, needs to go back and support. And Jetton gets the clearance, locking him in the spawn so the gems will stay in their favor. Doesn't collect them, wants to give them back over to Adrift once they have control of the map.
It's going to be real close now as we've got 9 gems. Once again for ZERØZONE, they played very carefully last time they were in this spot, but look how Frustrator is caught underneath that train. It's going to be getting even closer now as up to 7 gems with an 8th spawned. Oh no, Curse got walloped by the train. This train is the MVP of the game, Tridd.
Yeah, Jetton needs to take control of the gems, but he has to also be the one to go aggressive on Adrift. He may have to sacrifice those gems in the spawn room. If he goes down, it's all going to go wrong. Adrift has a super available to box off a spare some time. Leopard with the stun, while Frustrator not working in tandem with him as he knocks him out of the range. Jetton goes down, the gems are in, they couldn't find the kill, and Zone 0 will take map number 1.
A wild rampage for this train. We pretty rarely see it get that many kills when there's not some sort of movement disabling factor involved. But as you saw there, I think the train's probably wound up getting just as many kills as some of the most skilled players. Adrift did get caught there, as you saw that one time with a Sprout super, so nice eye there to CODEMAGIC Purple. But yeah, Jetton was not able to keep all the gems that they needed on their side to avoid that countdown, and so an advantage for ZERØZONE and win in this setup, despite not putting as much damage up on the board, Tridd.
Yeah, I think it's something we noticed in the Asia finals as well, that ZERØZONE were bringing the likes of Frank, who's this huge sponge. I think a lot of this was damage being laid onto opponents without getting the kills. Which I think was probably the factor there that made the difference.
Yeah, Frank isn't really that great for finishes. He does have a really powerful super, and if you can manage to get an enemy stunned, you can usually kill them off. But the fact that his swing is so slow, even with really high damage, opponents often take damage but then retreat to safer harbor.
Speaking of getting back to safer harbor, we're going on to Bounty, where you're going to have to get those kills and get up fast, keep yourself in the game. So we're expecting a little bit of range to come out. But as me and Hawk highlighted in our earlier games, some teams are moving away to this beefier composition that's okay to take the hits, okay to take the blows, and keeps on trucking to close the gap. And then when they get in your face, it's all over. We're starting to see more of that turn up recently.
Yeah, with Rosa and Jackie in particular coming out really strong, especially whenever you see Sprout banned. I think that those heavy brawlers can really work wonders. With Sprout in the action, though, there's that kind of added mystery as to whether or not Sprout will deploy that wall at just the wrong moment and deny you access to be able to hit that backline. So it's a bit more risky play in the current metagame, but expect to maybe see it making its... expect to see those teams making use of that strategy in this next game.
Well, we're expecting to see more Sprout, and the thing about Layer Cake is it's very clearly 3 channels of attack. Sprout, if he's in the mix, taking the thrower role that we usually see from Tick, then he might be able to shut down those avenues for on the side, maybe for where we typically see a Brock and a Piper play out. But also B's had a bit of a resurgence recently as well, so we might see that coming in. But I'm interested to see. We're jumping onto Layer Cake, so we'll have our questions answered relatively soon.
Let's check it out. The name.
Well, there it is.
Is Bounty, yeah, and we've got the Sprout coming in after all.
Yeah, ZERØZONE going for this Slambulance comp, and they're going to try and move forward on Layer Cake. There's that wall coming out from Sprout. Ooh. Leopard's actually off to the side to try and find the flank. But,
devastating damage from Sprout. He's been able to jail those 2 brawlers back on the bottom left corner there. Nicely done. And CODEMAGIC Purple up with 6 stars now. They didn't grab that star in the center of the map, but they have gotten every single kill so far in this game.
Yeah, it's difficult, especially when the terrain starts getting blown up by the supers from Jeton and KC. They're walking this one in. Leopard going on the offensive, but there's the super to get away. Leopard caught on a bunch of grenades, needs some healing before he can continue. But it's KC in a bit of a bind right now as he paths beautifully to escape the damage. Tries to use the gadget to get the kill, won't be found onto Leopard. So 3 stars to go to close this gap.
ZERØZONE playing very aggressively, pushing CODEMAGIC Purple all the way up toward their spawn now and getting them very close to that back line of defenses. Curse getting most of the kills here for CODEMAGIC Purple and continuing to apply pressure as these attackers are moving on in. But can he keep them all up? Wow, another shot and another enemy down. Poco is finished off, and with that, the survivability that ZERØZONE needed is lost to them. Finally, he's back up in the action now, but can they get the squeeze that they've been looking for? CODEMAGIC Purple is running out of cover, and if Frustrator can just get in closer, it might be a team kill for ZERØZONE.
Well, they got 25 seconds to make this work. There's that resurgence. They go in. Frustrator seems to have caught someone, steps away from the grenades, but they're going to ignore KC. Jeton jumps over the wall, and Curse, they can't reach him because of the terrain. He's happy to sit there. They've lost one with a 3-star difference, and they got 10 seconds to make it, but Curse and KC keep picking up the kills. Leopard is in jeopardy as he's pressing them into the corner with 4 seconds remaining. The super won't reach, and Curse has boxed himself in. CODEMAGIC Purple take game number 1.
Really clever use of that Sprout super on defense to keep opponents from being able to reach you, especially when your opponents don't have any way of knocking down obstacles. That's just a disadvantage in the ZERØZONE setup, and really was what gave CODEMAGIC Purple the win there. That was not a really super high scoring game, 11-6. Just being able to play defense and not take a single death. Cursed was really the MVP of that game, if you ask me.
Yeah, really good performance from Curse as well. I think if you're going to run the Slambulance, you might want to run the Primo in one of the tank roles instead, because we noticed on the Brawl Ball he's being used to get over this terrain, break this terrain with his own super. I think it's something that might want to be considered if you still want to go down this tanky route. But as is perfectly highlighted by the presence of Sprout in that last game, range may be key.
Yeah, and especially range whenever there's obstacles right in front of you. Being able to throw something over that Sprout super or be able to get a shot, maybe to ricochet off around the edge would be really super helpful. Sprout was really difficult to get to, and even with a ton of hit points and lots of heals to back up that ZERØZONE team, they couldn't manage to break through.
Game number 2 coming on your screens. Will the adaptations come in? They're staying relatively safe. Oh, hello. They've got BB, Sprout, and Poco for the side of ZERØZONE, and CODEMAGIC Purple. They're happy with how things went, and they're keeping it the same.
Interesting. All right. Well, ZERØZONE's going to be playing that mid-range comp with Sprout this time, while CODEMAGIC Purple also bringing back Sprout, of course. Going to be walling off the center, and that's going to give CODEMAGIC Purple an opportunity to advance a little bit closer. Got to be careful, though, because Frustrator's going to be making a move around the edge, trying to close in and lop off Cursed in the backside. It looks like Cursed has been cornered.
The pinch was strong there. They were able to trade it out by Jetson finding that kill, but it's ZERØZONE who hold the cards right now with that early lead by virtue of the kill and the star in the mid.
Frustrator's shield really helping keep him in tip-top shape and pushing off the enemies approaching Jet and trying to get a cornering shot around this obstacle, but not able to get it off. Wow, a nice hit from KC there, able to take down the enemy Sprout. That's going to be really helpful for CMP, pulling ahead now. 6
there's another
stars.
Yeah, Curse finding that second one means that they're going to start expanding this gap. Frustrator happy to tank one shot. He definitely shouldn't be doing two, though. There's Leopard cowering behind cover, but they found a good
angle. That rocket jump.
He gets away! The rocket jump from the gadget means Jeden stays up. 35 seconds remaining and only 3 stars in it.
Wow, you rarely see a gadget pay off so well, but keeping those stars in the hands of CMP is going to keep them ahead, but not for long. ZERØZONE's actually going to be able to pull back in. 10 stars for them, but 12 now for CMP as they finish off that BB. Can they hold on for another 15 seconds? We're coming down to the wire, Tridd.
A kill from anyone apart from KC will mean there's the draw, but they want to go for the win. They're going to have to press in. The pocket from Adrift, trying to keep Frustrator alive. He found KC. Puts it up to 4 stars. Jetson and KC again to secure it with 17 to 16. CODEMAGIC Purple are going to tie out the series.
The back and forth win was being shuffled between these two teams, but CODEMAGIC Purple had the staying power to grab victory at the end. Great job there to Cursed, walling off Leopard in the last few seconds, denying the attack from that crucial hitter. Look, stuck over there in the corner, firing away, and did actually manage to kill Cursed, but wasn't able to fully support that push. Kept CODEMAGIC in the lead.
Much more damage being dealt by CODEMAGIC that time around, able to secure that victory as well. And it doesn't surprise me, it was going up against a composition that relies on high HP pulls and sustain, so the damage numbers pretty much indicative of that. The kills and stars, they tell the closest story. Well, they tell the more accurate story of how close it actually was and how back and forth this particular map could have been.
Now recall, CODEMAGIC Purple is tied for second place in the global leaderboards going into this tournament today. So you really expected them to be far and ahead victorious. The fact that ZERØZONE is putting up such an amazing fight, I think really goes to show that this could be anyone's match. This Brawl Stars Championship has a changing landscape. Every single month we see new competitors. And remember, if you guys want to compete at home, all you got to do is put together a team of 3, register for that in-game championship, qualify, and make it through a bracket, and you too can be racking up the big points for that World Finals, where we have millions of dollars available for this competition this year.
Yeah, incredible
1.5
are present.
Right?
Yeah, incredible opportunities are prevalent this year for the Brawl Stars Esports. We're getting ready to jump into our next map when the players are all ready. As you saw, we're heading over to a bounty map, which is one of the ones we highlighted, bringing the true strength of Sprout to show if it hasn't been displayed already. So it's about to go up another notch when we jump into this map.
All right, well, let's see how it goes. CODEMAGIC Purple and ZERØZONE tied off on that set score 1-1. We will finally get that tiebreaker that we've been waiting so many seconds for. Tridd, it feels like every single second that ticks by is like an eternity when you're waiting for this action to get back underway. And so we're right there with you fans, let us know in chat if you're cheering for ZERØZONE or CODEMAGIC Purple. And hey, while you're here with us, make sure not to forget to hit follow, subscribe, to stay tuned to the action. We're going to be continuing the Brawl Stars action every month leading up to the global finals, and we hope that you'll stick with us for the entire pathway there.
And hey, who knows, in future we might get some more sneak previews or some little like heads up cues like we got. Obviously, we know Brawl Talk's going to be next weekend now, in a week's time. So, you know, you might find out more info like that by watching the broadcast. So always a reason to tune in. But more importantly, we're going to jump into the action right now. Brawl Ball on your screens.
Interesting pick here from Adrift. We have B coming into the action. Long-range brawler who can get a ton of damage in if she gets 2 shots off in a row. Manages to get the job done, but a scary attack in from Jetton almost gets a goal, pushed back by Leopard and Frustrator, and that'll give them a chance to move in for an attack of their own.
Yeah, great defense there by ZERØZONE, making use of the B, which we've seen a little bit more prevalence of recently. Curse trying to get behind them and compact this team into the corner. He's going in for a fight with Frustrator. Oh no, Leopard and Adrift, they were caught off guard there. And it's all going to go wrong for them on a potential offense. The ball's in the back corner. The CODEMAGIC going to try and get a forward position on this one. Buy some time for an easy walk up with the ball.
Yeah, knuckle sandwich from Jetton is able to get both of those 2 long-range brawlers down quite easily and gives CODEMAGIC Purple an opportunity to attack here. KC playing a bit conservatively here, trying to get a shot in there, takes it, but can't get it in. Frustrator and Adrift are going to be able to push back. Jetton now not able to make his way into the goal thanks to that super from Sprout.
Gonna take some damage on the way out as well. Hasn't got his own super to mitigate some of this damage, so will go down and kill any hopes of a push for CODEMAGIC Purple. Have to get these frags before they can move on. There's no one beefy on the side of ZERØZONE who can walk this one in while enemies are on the board.
Leopard is playing a really clever game here, just trying to bait KC into making an attack, and then as soon as it gets close, dropping that super and pushing him all the way back. There's kind of no way to get the goal in as long as Leopard is up on the side that CMP is trying to attack. It's going to be a real long game, and CMP, whoa, are making a sneaky play here. There's no super to defend. Leopard can't get it off, and Curse gets the goal.
How did they let that happen, Woody? ZERØZONE seemed to have all the control there, and Curse just walked in behind them. How did they let it happen? What?
The equalizer from Adrift, a super shot straight past the goal line, and it's now tied up 1-1.
2 goals that shouldn't have existed, Woody, have just appeared back to back.
Where's the third going to come from? As our time ticks down, we will soon go into overtime where all the boxes will be destroyed. I'll give a clearer shot, and I gotta say, maybe an advantage for CODEMAGIC Purple. We still have the ability to deploy obstacles from Leopard, but it's a pretty smooth sailing hit if we can get those heavy range brawlers to dish out that damage close range. Ooh, they're not looking too healthy.
Great shots there. They've got an open goal.
And that's
passing it to Adrift. And he's going to be able to get that goal in, so Adrift will walk away with the victory for his team. ZERØZONE get game number 1 and move closer to getting a 2-1 scoreline in this series.
Well, ZERØZONE just shut me right up. Great job to them. That open range made it a lot easier, I think, for that Brock to get the damage in and get the killing blow on their opponents without any enemies to stop them on their victorious march toward the goal line. Well done to them. Victory for ZERØZONE in that first game of set number 3.
We've got 20 seconds remaining before we jump into our next round, and maybe CODEMAGIC Purple starting to see that they should have brought the Sprout this time around to make sure that they can compete and put up some walls of their own. Maybe shut down some of the silly goals we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, you know, I was really surprised to see CODEMAGIC Purple give up a goal so easily after putting a really impressive performance there on the line. But that goes to show you just how quickly a game like Brawl Ball can go when some of the obstacles have already been destroyed between that kickoff point and the goal. If you just get out of position for just a few seconds, a really clever player like Adrift can run in there, fire off a super from pretty much mid-range, get the goal and tie it up.
Well, let's go into our second map, see if anything changes. The B, the Brock, and the Sprout. And Brock, B, and B going in. So slight adaptations, but still not banking on the Sprout.
Yeah, not leaning too heavily on it. Still long-range brawlers, both B and Brock there, getting those shots off. Adrift trying to make his way in, but can't find that angle. Really low hit points on a long-range brawler like Adrift, so you got to be very careful.
You were talking about angles?
That shot. Oh yeah, I was talking about angles. You know, it's tough to get that angle off, but somehow he managed to do it. Doesn't have very many hit points on a brawler like B, so he has to be very careful about when he takes that shot.
Yeah, so he was able to get that first goal in and give the lead over to ZERØZONE right now as he's looking to find goal number 2. The Incendiary picks up B on the back line. Nice little pirouette around the damage. He's going to be able to look for Jeton. There's an open goal on the left-hand side. Slots it straight in. What a dominant round coming in for ZERØZONE, and they will go 2-1 in this series as they take Brawl Ball and catch CODEMAGIC Purple off guard.
That angle becomes a lot easier with that Rocket Rain super coming in from Frustrator. It actually wasn't even necessary on that first goal.
Yeah.
You saw Adrift was able to get it in even past those boxes, but on the second goal, just so easy to pass it right into that little corner spot after that Brock Super has been able to take a couple boxes down. So nice job there to ZERØZONE. It looked like CODEMAGIC was starting to close this match back up, but ZERØZONE pulling ahead after match number 3.
So yeah, 2-1 scoreline in favor of the newcomers, looking to take down our number 2 ranked team globally, I believe, but certainly high up in Europe as well. So CODEMAGIC Purple really starting to feel the threat of an unexpected challenger in the Brawl Stars Championship.
That's right, Tridd. And there's going to be 3 teams from the European and Middle Eastern region that will advance to the World Finals. CODEMAGIC Purple, SK Gaming, and Clash are all within 20 points of each other, up there at the very top of the leaderboard. So they're all very close, vying for that position. It's going to be difficult for ZERØZONE to slot up into that spot, but they do have a foothold with 40 points already. They'll just need to continue the performance that we've seen this month into the months to come if they're going to be able to kick out one of those top 3 giants.
Some assembly required is our next stop in this series as we move over to Siege, and it's 2-1 scoreline match point, if you will, for ZERØZONE. It's a good spot to be in. They know they've got to end up facing, regardless of this outcome, they have to take down Clash EU next game as well. So this is going to be a good warm-up to acclimatize them to the level of competition they're going to have to bring when it comes to taking down Clash.
Hey, they said that they can fight with the best, and so why not be, facing off against 2 of the top 3 teams from the European region? ZERØZONE is going to be starting off with more bolts. Looks like they will get the first bot here with a relatively heavy comp. Both Frank and BB getting some heavy swinging action in here right off the bat.
We saw how powerful Sprout defenses can be, though, using your walls to be able to make the Siege path differently. But that's why I love what Leopard did. He made Cursed, he forced him out of the fight so he couldn't come back and use a correct pathing here on a choke point, and instead the bot is now going to come through and get so much damage for ZERØZONE.
Yeah, a bit of a risky play there from Leopard trying to charge in alongside that bot. Couldn't quite get the payoff he was looking for, but still over half the hit points peeled off that Ike, and CODEMAGIC Purple are now in dire straits, trying to catch back up on this bolt score. Another Ike could be the end of it for them. They probably need to get the next 2 Ikes if they want to win this game. Not going to be easy, though, with ZERØZONE holding on to the center and denying access to so many bolts. That's going to be the second Siege in favor of the blue team. Another Siege bot is going to be marching.
Level 6 coming in, and Curse goes down. Maybe he's back in time to get that correct wall placement on to try and buy the most efficient amount of time for his team. Jeton doing everything he can there to try and delay it with the batting stand strike. There's going to be a connection regardless. They're all in here. There's no HP. That's ZERØZONE moving one step closer to victory.
And not even a single hit by CODEMAGIC. ZERØZONE looking so strong in that first game. CODEMAGIC have got to really be racking their brains trying to figure out what sort of changes to the comp can they make to be able to come back at this point.
I honestly don't have the answer, Woody. I wish I did. Maybe I'd be in the Brawl Stars Championship if I did have the answer. It's certainly something that the CODEMAGIC Purple players are going to have to figure out. This is about 20 seconds before we jump into our next matchup, and it's tough because even now, if you come with a 3-2 scoreline, if you're CODEMAGIC Purple, you can balance out the scores so that if you as long as I'm trying to work this out, as long as ZERØZONE beats Clash in a 3-0 format, for example, or 3-0 scoreline, it means that CODEMAGIC can, in theory, still win, I believe. But you're relying on a lot here if you're CODEMAGIC, right? You can't be taken down to the wire like this to be able to come up with the victory. It's still possible, though.
Yeah, you always want to take matters into your own hands. When you're down like this, you're not trying to calculate whether or not you can lose and still somehow turn out a victory in the end. You're always trying to get that next game on the board. That's what I've heard from players time and time again. They're not even worried about the set, much less worried about the match. They're always focused on the very next game. You can't devote any of your attention to anything besides winning right now.
Well, Leopard's going to use that stun from Frank, and that's another pick we're seeing coming out as KC's going to jump onto that pick as well. Adrift, using the wall, actually use it to cut off reinforcements rather than delay the bot. All in all, still a solid defense, only losing about 24% of their HP. They're able to get some trading back in their own favor as well, but Cursed has caught Adrift as he tries to leave the spawn room. That's really difficult for them to try and get any kind of bolt economy going and get back into this map.
And yet it still is looking like it could go either way. The next siege is going to be going off in 5 seconds. Who's going to get the bolt advantage? It looks like CODEMAGIC Purple will be able to pull it off. They're going to be getting that second siege bot set up, and it's looking like they've got a very strong lead now going into the final stages of this game. ZERØZONE been struggling to get that bolt score stacked up. They will need a really good defense and to reclaim center and to get that third and final bolt victory over CODEMAGIC Purple if they want to have a shot, but there's still hope.
Got a nice bank from the failed last attempt with that siege, so you're in a good spot right now. Leopard pulls the trigger earlier than KC, so we'll get the super off and cancel his, buying that mid space to maintain the control they need to start capitalizing on the ball. But it's a great trade coming in. KC drops the super on top of Leopard again, not enough damage to kill him. Frustrated comes in with the sweep for reinforcements. This last siege looking like it's going to go the way of ZERØZONE, but they have to make it count, Woody.
Frustrator does manage to pull it off, a 7-5 bolt lead, and it's the final attack from ZERØZONE. 20 seconds left as CODEMAGIC Purple are going to be playing defense now, trying to keep that Ike score above 44% damage. That is the crucial point that they have to keep it above. Otherwise, ZERØZONE is going to take this set and the match. Here it goes.
Oh, the connection.
There it is!
They're able to do it, Woody! Cursed tried to go for that final shot just before the last offense to get every last ounce of damage in, but it did not matter in the end. ZERØZONE able to walk out with the victory and a fantastic debut to the Brawl Stars Championship.
Congratulations to ZERØZONE. Really, really well played in their first showing here, taking down CODEMAGIC Purple, one of the best teams in the world and certainly the top ranked in the European region. Very well done to them and a well-fought battle to both teams. We're going to continue to see more of these two teams in the months to come. I'm certain of that, but ZERØZONE are your champions from this match number 5.
Consistent pattern across the board in nearly all of these matches. CODEMAGIC dealing more damage, but ZERØZONE still coming out on top because, I don't know, they're just capitalizing more on the output. They're converting that damage into success more than CODEMAGIC are.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Tridd. Well done to ZERØZONE. Next up, they're going to be facing off against CLASH. CLASH and CODEMAGIC Purple having a really close neck-and-neck race in that first match of this region, so expect it to be just as close in this match number 6, the last one that we'll have today. Of course, there's going to be more Brawl Stars action tomorrow, so stay tuned for additional details on that front, and we hope to see some more Brawl in action very shortly.
As we're taking a look at the final stat card for ZERØZONE there, so not the most amount of damage. Didn't go on as long as the million damage game we saw for our first match of Europe, but it's enough. ZERØZONE have done enough to get themselves on the board. CODEMAGIC, they'll be going out in 3rd place today, unable to win a single match. Falcone, he'll go into that in more detail though.
I am amazed by ZERØZONE, who have come out of nowhere. There's me looking at CLASH and CODEMAGIC as two of the best teams in Brawl Stars. They come in, they throw CODEMAGIC to the side. But of course, it's time to celebrate our most valuable player, which is going to be Adri FD for this previous match. Adri has, there he is, with his Sprout being a very freaking pick. Maybe that's a big reason for the success. The new brawler, Sprout, not banned this time, was able to do some serious work. Adri has been playing Brawl Stars for only a year and a half, but really is showing that he is one of the best, as it does get hit by the tram there, but we saw a nice little bounce shot, really utilizing Sprout, who is a very high skill cap, but incredibly powerful brawler. So we're going to see a nice, smooth little goal going in as well with the B spinning around there. Adri seems full of confidence, that's for certain. And again, finally in the siege matches, you see him from a distance, taking out brawlers, dealing damage to the Ike, doing all of the good stuff. But ZERØZONE are not finished yet, as there is one brawl left today. As there is the bracket update, we see CODEMAGIC Purple is in last, having lost both of their matches. So it's Clash of the Titans. There you go, going to use that one again. That's the second time today. Clash of the Titans now between CLASH and ZERØZONE. And I cannot wait for this match. This one should be close. And if ZERØZONE take it away, we're going to see a new champion in Europe. ZERØZONE represented by Fusterator, Eric, Adri FD, and Leopard. And this is a very cool team. We're going to just talk about them for a moment as this video pops up. All of the players on ZERØZONE admit that they would like iChaos from CLASH to join their team. If they could add anyone in the world, it would be iChaos from CLASH. CLASH, who they are about to play against, iChaos being on CLASH's team. Clearly, these players have a lot of respect for each other, so this really should be some top-tier gameplay. On the other side of things, it's CLASH EU, represented once again by Trevor, Guille, Muniz, and iChaos. And CLASH EU mean business. They're about efficiency, intelligence, experience, and skill. iChaos is all about competition. Although none of the players have competed before Brawl, it's cool that they finally found a game to scratch that itch. They recently performed in the Red Bull MEO, and I'm not going to spoil the result as I don't believe it's been broadcast yet, but they are a force to be reckoned with. Let's see if that continues today.
Thanks very much, Falcone. Good to be back here with you, Ark. We have got our 6th and final match of the day coming up shortly between CLASH, a really strong contender that has been at the top of the European leaderboards for the entire series so far this year, and ZERØZONE making their debut performance and knocking back CODEMAGIC Purple. What do you think of this upcoming match?
Double M's bans, Woody. Double M's bans. I mean, you know what that means. Sprout on the cards, BB, Gene, a lot of very strong brawlers potentially to see. I've got to say, ZERØZONE, bit of an upset, I think, for many today to see that happen. And considering how close the matches were between CLASH and CODEMAGIC, I am really looking forward to things to come. Steak Prairie is the first map bounty, the game mode up next. And really keen to see what ZERØZONE brings to the table against CLASH.
Yeah, I'm interested to see which is going to be the third brawler that will join Bo and Tara on this map, and also whether or not these teams are going to be taking that more aggressive start, or if they're going to be starting back at their own spawn area to charge those supers up first. That first star doesn't really seem like it makes a whole lot of a difference, but it can really set the momentum for the entire game going forward.
Yeah, I really liked the strategy that we saw earlier today from CODEMAGIC, just kind of rushing the spawn at the beginning and getting that bow gadget totem just taken out really, really quickly. You know, you're kind of expecting your team, the team that you're facing against, rather, to kind of sit back and just and gain that super. So I just really like that, and I'm curious to see whether we'll see that again happening with these two teams.
It's like a bit of a game of chicken, right? If you think that your opponents are going to go charge straight in there, you would want to go charge in there too. But if you think that your opponents are more likely to get charged up, well, you got to get charged up too, or else they're just going to wipe your team out.
Exactly that. And look here, already seeing Clash going on the offensive, as are ZERØZONE. So actually, both of these teams placing that bow gadget down, but going for the kill. And the first kill comes in the way of Clash with that takedown, giving them 1-star lead then over ZERØZONE, who did pick up the middle star.
All right, a cautious follow-up from both of these teams. They're going to stay on their own side of the map. A little bit of poking in here. You're going to see the Brock from Clash actually going to be able to use his super to clear out most of the bushes over there on the left side of the map. Didn't actually finish off the entirety of it. So you see him firing off that incendiary shot to try to finish off the remainder of any possibility of an attack over on the left side. A sneaky hit from Leopard that will get the kill, and Guille goes down. Equalizer from ZERØZONE as they actually pull 1-star ahead now.
I love that play from Leopard, being very cautious and patient and just waiting for that incendiary to wear off, and took Clash by surprise. The super was spot on, and now it's ZERØZONE with the advantage. Another super from Leopard as well, not quite able to finalize the kill and just avoiding that mine there to hold ZERØZONE in the lead, and Frustrated just clearing that left-hand side fully now to ensure that no one slips through from Clash.
We now do have a full break in those bushes, so there's no way to sneak through without the opposing team being aware of it. We've got a totem still up on the ZERØZONE side of the map, and they're going to defend hard against this upcoming attack. Chaos gets walloped, and Leopard, the MVP of this game with 4 stars, is looking really strong to clinch victory.
I can't believe Trevor survived that moment there. It's so weak, and more supers going down, raining down on Clash. Oh my goodness me.
Wow.
Almost Trevor able to stay alive. It's not going to make the difference, and ZERØZONE coming out really strong in that first game. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, hats off to Trevor. If there was going to be some way to make that happen, he was playing his part to be sure. But Leopard had just gotten so many kills earlier on in that game that there was no way for Clash to make the comeback happen. ZERØZONE victorious in game number 1 against Clash EU.
For me, Clash needs to definitely spend a lot of time keeping an eye on Leopard. He's very sneaky playing Tara in this particular map of Snake Prairie. And, I think that, if Clash don't pay attention to that, then, a couple of supers here and supers there, and they're going to be struggling for this next round.
Yeah, well, game number 2 is going to be coming up very shortly. Do you expect to see any brawler swaps here?
It's difficult to say. I think for me, this is a really solid comp. I wouldn't change, but then again, it might go in Clash's favor, being a game down, to mix something up, to take ZERØZONE by surprise and to not be too predictable. I think that might go into their favor. I'm not really too sure what that brawler could be. We know that Guille is very good playing Piper and very accurate at getting those last-minute kills, so that would probably be where I would be leaning towards personally.
That's true. Do you think that there's any chance of seeing Max at all on this map?
Oh, you know what? That is not a bad shout. I mean, combining Max with like a Rosa and a Shelly, we haven't really seen since the implementation of gadgets, and Bo's gadget being such a prominent factor in this map, and Tara's especially as well. I think he could be onto something there already. I don't know whether these teams, though, are going to pick up on that same idea.
Well, I would trust their judgment way more than mine, but nevertheless, we'll see what we have coming up next. We got to see some sort of mix-up here from Clash EU if they're going to be able to keep their heads above water for this first set. Bounty is a really crucial game mode here, and so we'll get a chance to see who's going to take it on. It's going to be Brock on both sides, once again using that incendiary to try to deny access whenever those bushes are still up.
Okay, so low does go down as well already. ZERØZONE in the lead. Clash just kind of hunkering down and hoping, I guess, that their supers are going to be able to pull them through. But the lead now is with ZERØZONE, who are going to be breaking up the map, looking to shut down visibility or sort of invisibility in that respect. And Guille with the super pop of that gadget there, Leopard with the return. And now everyone can see everyone. Guille goes down the lead, even more so of ZERØZONE now.
Ooh, clever hop there from Frustrator, able to deny the damage from that bow mine. But wow, taking quite a few hits here. ZERØZONE are now in quite a bit of trouble as the firepower is really starting to heat up from Clash EU. They don't manage to get any of those brawlers down, though, so even though they've been spreading the damage thick, it's actually been pretty widespread and hasn't been able to narrow down on any one particular brawler. Only 2 stars for Clash as we're in our last minute now and their last chance to keep this win on the board.
I gotta say, I'm loving these big brain plays from ZERØZONE. So much going on. Adri just using mines to just really force Clash's hand, keeping them towards the ZERØZONE spawn. Frustrated jumping away from Guille's super pop. And this is a fantastic sight to see such competence from a newcomer against Clash, who are, arguably one of the strongest teams in Europe, Woody.
Ooh, Leopard's really getting cornered there, gets taken down, and that's giving Clash EU an opening here. If they can just take out Frustrator, that's a tie game now. One more kill could actually put them in the lead. Guille forced back, though, not going to be able to support this attack as he's really low on hit points, but a draw is a good result for Clash EU, behind by so many stars until just this last few seconds of the game.
Wow, I mean, it was cutting it fine. I've got to say, I felt personally that ZERØZONE were in control for the majority of that game and showed a lot of signs of good control, but Clash did bring it back. They did equalize and now might be questioning again the comp, or they might just carry on and hope that they've learned from these past mistakes, as a draw would indicate that is on the cards.
Yeah, you definitely saw more kills from the ZERØZONE team, but Clash only needed those last 2 at the very end to catch up, thanks to how many stars were stacked up on Leopard. Really clever hits during the early and mid game from that Tara, but getting caught out of position and then cornered at the end there was no way to escape that Rocket Rain arc.
Yeah, and Leopard's been performing super well. Getting a high bounty is a blessing. It's also a curse if at the end the pinch is there and your teammates just unfortunately aren't able to support you. It's going to turn the tide, and that's what we've seen. And Clash now with a small area of breathing space to try to kind of like claw themselves back and could even take the lead in this first set.
All right, well, let's see how things go in our replayed game number 2. A really close neck-and-neck match so far between ZERØZONE and Clash. But if I had to tip one side or the other, I'd say that ZERØZONE has got to be the newcomers who have got my heart.
Yeah, I think they've got many people's hearts today. I think the knocking out of CODEMAGIC today opened up some eyes to ZERØZONE being potentially a very serious competitor here, as this is the first time that we've really seen them on the stage. They have been obviously doing well in the qualifying rounds and just not quite making the mark, but today is a great opportunity for them. They've got to be in good spirits now.
Yeah, and it kind of bears mentioning that you can do really well in those qualifiers and just not make it to the championship at the end of the month. You can get really far in and only 10-20 points, but making it to this monthly championship gives you an opportunity to score so many points onto that leaderboard. So now that they've finally broken past that barrier, I expect to see them many times in the months to come.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be looking to just continue this this same path, and it's a great team they've been putting together. And I actually play on ladder with Frustrator quite a lot, so I know him well, and he's a very accomplished player. So the takedowns goes down there, Leopard on 4 stars, but again, is that going to go against ZERØZONE in the grand scheme of things, having such a high bounty there? And ZERØZONE definitely take down Trevor. Oh, the mine shot.
All 3 mines triggered, and iChaos has walked right into the bear trap. Nicely done there by Adri FD, setting those up in that choke spot right over there on the right side of the map.
The gadget pop then by Guille will reveal ZERØZONE to Clash now. Guille will be sneaking closer and closer to try to get that super suck now. Taking down a member of ZERØZONE could be disastrous for Leopard, who's playing calm, but the super on the jump from Frustrator again. So Guille loses that super, but the pinch is strong and ZERØZONE in trouble here.
All 3 of those ZERØZONE brawlers stacked up on that bottom left corner in a really tricky spot here. Guille has been able to apply fantastic pressure, and just one super shot could be able to take down all 3 of them. A nice kill from Chaos finishes off Adri, and that's going to be a 9 to 7 star advantage now for Clash. They are going to be on the defense now, going back to their spawn. Can they stay safe for 3 more seconds? It looks like they'll take the win.
Wow, then Clash coming back strong and actually will take this first set. A bit of a turnaround. It looked like from the beginning. The ZERØZONE had this under control, and a few mistakes here and there, and a big change as to what was looking to be quite a straightforward first set for ZERØZONE.
Have CLASH finally figured out the secret sauce to take down ZERØZONE? A loss, then a draw, now a win. The pendulum is really starting to swing back in their favor. The last game of this set will be coming up very shortly. Let's get it underway.
Wow, my goodness me, then. It is all to play for, then. A lot of franticness going on here. Both teams looking to get early exchanges.
Yeah, shots on top and bottom, but it's going to be first blood for the blue team, and a return fire from Guille able to grab that kill and keep them ahead now. 6-2 stars, a nice, almost decisive advantage for CLASH this early in a match. Really hard for ZERØZONE to come back at this point. They're both charging up their supers in that bow totem, and we'll start kind of the mid-game section of this game very soon.
Yeah, the gadget of bow slowing down the pace, as we've seen time and time again here on Snake Prairie, and you know, it does play a big role. You know, having your super can allow you to just put so much pressure on the opposition and force them into corners which they wouldn't otherwise want to be. And Leopard going in with super here.
Whoa!
Take down IKS, beautifully done. Will retreat now, but can't retreat too far because at the end of the day, ZERØZONE are still in the lead. They need to go back now on the aggressive. They're going to go for the totem, it seems, but I think they could have kept on that aggression, in my opinion, there.
Yeah, it seemed like either they weren't fully aware of the star deficit that they still had, or they were feeling unconfident playing against their opponent's bushes like that with the respawn there. Guille has been playing really, really well, and with all three players up on that top side, I think that ZERØZONE weren't feeling too confident to keep the pressure up, but that might have cost them the game here, Ark.
I just felt like Leopard probably had one shot away from earning another super and could have just pinched the left side. Now going in on Trevor, forced back though from that incendiary star power. Leopard's gonna have to get a pull here. Guille's pulling first though, it seems, and Guille's pull is definitely better, giving CLASH a great frustration against the kill. It's not enough, and CLASH will take it.
Wow, a match that started off seeming so strong for ZERØZONE. They almost pulled off a 2-0 victory, but forced into a draw, and then with their backs against the wall 2 in a row for the reverse sweep, CLASH EU have pulled it off. But this match is not over. New fans of ZERØZONE and old fans alike have got their hopes on the remaining sets. We've got a best of 5 here, so keep your eyes peeled for what's to come. As we're looking back on that last match, that last set, rather, we actually see more kills from ZERØZONE and more stars overall. So really interesting that CLASH actually took the win there. Even though they got fewer stars overall, it seems like they got the stars when they needed them most.
Yeah, very interesting statistics there. And you know, one thing to say about Bounty is it's one of those game modes where things can turn around in the blink of an eye. And I'm sure like many teams will prefer game modes which require more attention and focus around holding a position or an objective over a prolonged period of time, as there's less kind of RNG involved, less more maneuvering in terms of room for error. Factory Rush, though, up next. Siege. This could be a game mode which might open up more of an even playing field in that respect to show their skill and demonstrate that over a longer period of time.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, Snake Prairie is a fun map, but it gets a bit complicated, and you got to make a lot of predictive shots because there's so much bush coverage here. With Factory Rush, it's a little bit more of a straight-up fisticuffs fight, both teams shoving into the middle and doing their best to hold on to that center control, hoping that those bolts spawn in advantageous spots. But ultimately, they've got their battle plan. They kind of know what to expect. They'll be able to see their opponents for most of the time, and it's just going to be a matter of who has the better synergy.
Yep, and we're going to see for sure a very different brawler comp, maybe even Sprout. Not sure that it would be my first go-to pick, but definitely maybe a Brock to break up that defensive line so the bot can get a closer line to the Ike. And yeah, this is going to make the gameplay feel a lot different from the previous game mode.
All right, well, let's get into it. Game number 1 of the second set. CLASH EU leading on a 1-0 score. Frustrator dodging that first shot, but letting IKS get the first bolt. That's going to be an advantage for Team Red. We're seeing an overall heavier comp from ZERØZONE, playing both BB and Frank here, shoving CLASH back up into their Ike turret radius. but Adri is going to provide a little bit of that long-range offense that Clash is going to have to worry about as they're able to fire over walls and provide that blocking defense.
Really important takedowns there by Adri. Almost got a second kill as well on the PAM, and that is going to make a big difference, I feel, for this Clash push. Just taking a bit of the wind out of the sails early on. Leopard might even be able to save his super here. I think he will do, to see if ZERØZONE can get back into the mid control quicker. But not a bad start for ZERØZONE. Just needs to get back this mid area control to try to get that the push on the second or third round.
Yeah, pretty brilliant positioning there. A nice dodge by Trevor using that gadget to be able to hop out of Frank's super radius. Clashy, you're going to retain that bolt advantage, but it's a pretty thin one, and they didn't get any damage off their first siege bot. Can they get some swings in here with a level 5 siege bot?
Gotta say, I'm a little bit worried for ZERØZONE here. Only 3 bolts banked as now Clash have equalized those 3, and even if they are to defend this successfully, it's going to be very difficult to get really the final push, and it's going to have to be 100% here. Or they have to go for some damage now. Frustrated will have to get a BB ball or something. This is looking a pretty precarious position now for ZERØZONE.
You got to figure that whatever next siege bot's going in, it's going to deal at least 18% damage. So it's all coming down to this final siege, where those bolts spawn and who is going to have control of the middle of the map. It looks like ZERØZONE is making a comeback now. They're behind in bolts, but they're holding onto the center pretty well. GA goes down, and that's going to be another bolt that ZERØZONE is going to be able to steal from Clash EU. Can they get it up? No! 6 bolts for Clash, and that is going to be the final siege bot for them. Looks like Clash have got this in the bag.
Yeah, ZERØZONE needs to get some damage, and even if they do, they're going to be at the wrong end of the field, because that level 6 bot, although it's not quite your preferred color of purple, but it did go down the map quickly, and Clash will take it. Close at the end, though, to be fair.
Yeah, incredibly close. You actually saw ZERØZONE grab that 6th bolt just a couple seconds late. That wouldn't have been enough to get the bot on their side, but you can really tell that this is an extremely even match. These two teams are so closely positioned in terms of skill. And look, if past is prelude, don't expect the team that gets the first win to take the set necessarily. We saw Clash make the comeback happen. ZERØZONE performed very well in that first game, and they could certainly make it happen as well in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, for me, though, ZERØZONE definitely do need to make a change right now. It's kind of like that kind of point where it can go either way in terms of your mentality. If they take another loss and Clash take this set, then it might not be the best of things in terms of their mindsets.
All right, well, here we go. First bolt spawns over on the right side of the map, and so that's where Guille and Trevor are going to focus their firepower. Not able to take down Frustrator. That's going to be a bolt lead for the ZERØZONE guys, but control of the mid has been decisively claimed now by Clash EU, killing 2 of their opponents and able to get that middle control. They'll get the first siege bot as well and start that momentum push.
Clash, they're looking so comfortable. Again, this is a game in which they really do find themselves at home in. Area control and area denial is definitely their specialty, and already looking so comfortable, not even really going in to get too much damage on this first push, just holding that mid and just taking down ZERØZONE, who seems to be pushing as individuals, not as a team. Leopard on that left-hand side there gets taken down by Chaos, and this is going to be very hard now for his teammates to push back.
Extremely impressive damage right off that first siege bot. Only level 3, but able to get 45% damage off of the Ike, and able to push back the enemy brawlers and deny them a chance to contend for the middle of the map. Clash EU looking once again to get the next bot, but maybe not after all. It looks like ZERØZONE have been able to push into the enemy range and even hold on to the center now. They got a level 5 siege bot and have finally found that counterpunch that they've been waiting so long to deliver.
You know, I actually feel there as if ZERØZONE couldn't actually stop that bot from that bolt from being banked. Otherwise, they may have decided to leave this round, but a lot of damage going in nonetheless. I just feel like if they'd been able to just hold off this round and keep the control, then they'd have an even bigger opportunity to finalize this in the next round. But still, look at this amount of pinching going on between Leopard and Adri, and the map is just completely cornered off. This could be another bot here for ZERØZONE winning.
Yeah, unfortunately for Chaos being forced to go the long way around, but that's going to be it. The match is over. ZERØZONE have snuck in and got some additional damage in on the Clash Ike, and that's going to do it. ZERØZONE have tied up this game, or this set rather, with a game number 2 win.
I thought there was another bot to come. There was not. ZERØZONE just did exactly what they needed to do at the right time and give themselves a bit of space to kind of like think through now how to approach the next time round. But yeah, I mean, they don't seem for me though to be as comfortable as Clash look right now.
Poor Robot's going to be sitting back out on the sideline saying, hey, guys, I thought I was going to get a chance to get move in there and finish it off. But no, ZERØZONE and Clash are now tied up 1-1. This is why we have these best-of-3 matches. Give these teams a chance to make that comeback happen. The reverse sweep is so beautiful to see. Can ZERØZONE get this series tied up? They'll need the win right now to make it happen.
Yeah, it's always the way with a draw in the first round, and it can really give one team the advantage, and it definitely went in the favor there of ZERØZONE. And I just feel like at the moment Clash are demonstrating more control. They're more relaxed and they're not making as many mistakes. But a bit of a comp change though. Trevor going with the Rosa pick. How do you feel about that, Woody?
You know, I'm not a huge fan of Rosa on this map, but I guess we'll see if she can work wonders. She's been able to get some plant life deployed over there on the right side of the map, so be able to hide around in those bushes and heal back up could give an advantage in the long term to Clash. I don't see any great way for ZERØZONE to be able to knock those bushes down, so that could give a long-term late game advantage to Clash EU. Let's see if they're able to leverage it though, as it looks like ZERØZONE are on their way to the first siege bot here, far and ahead now, holding out of control of the center in the early game.
Yeah, this has been a great round for ZERØZONE. It's got to be said. You know, just going out and they might even get this on the first push if they can keep this up. But it does seem now like Trevor's full health, got super, and Guille can't be far off getting super.
Oh, it's
coming back fast. Yeah, like the deficit now is not nearly as much as it was when I started talking.
Wow. Oh, it looks almost like Clash was willing to let ZERØZONE get that first siege bot. They had some bolts on the field and they didn't go for them, instead opting to allow that level 10 come in to guarantee that they'll get the last laugh.
I like the strategy. It's something that we don't see nearly as often as I think that we should. Teams giving the lead, giving the round to another player can be a good thing. And look here though, ZERØZONE putting a ton of damage down.
Not rewarded this time. Clash EU did their best to hold off that siege bot, but level 10 is something heavy to have to keep off. Look, it was a risky gambit, didn't pay off this time, but kudos to them for making that attempt. I think that when it's all said and done, though, you gotta say that probably would have been better to go ahead and just grab that siege bot when in doubt.
It's a tough call, Woody. It really is. That's the thing. That's why it's such a high-risk maneuver that we don't see too often, but it can really go in your favor if done correctly. But the amount of splash damage, though, for me, that Leopard was able to deal playing Penny on that left lane, and here we see as well, like the damage dealt was definitely more in ZERØZONE's favor, despite the number of kills being much more in Clash's favor, as well as the bolts. Crazy.
Yeah, the numbers will tell one story, but the win of the match will go to whomever plays the objective better. And in that case, it was ZERØZONE EU. Clash willing to let that siege bot slide, but it was able to get the final blow at the end. Let's go on to our set number 3, though. Now we're going to be going into pit stop now. It's a heist game mode, so whoever busts up that safe first is going to win it all. Which sort of brawlers do you expect? Actually, never mind. We're going to see very soon. It's going to be a relatively heavy comp. We're going to have a Daryl, BB, and Nita on the bottom for ZERØZONE.
I was going to say exactly that. That actually was. For me, Nita and BB here, it is definitely the staple diet of comp, and then you can kind of add to that the flavor that you feel best. And ZERØZONE obviously feeling that Daryl goes well with that. Actually surprised to see that Clash are not running BB. That is actually kind of a surprise to me.
Now, what makes BB so powerful in this game? I know that Nita's Hyper Bear can just deal a ton of damage in a really short amount of time, but where's BB's strength?
The speed now, since that balance change has made her much more unpredictable and a much more a vengeful force to be reckoned with. And positioning-wise, you can kind of just maneuver and hurt the opposition to where you want them to be for your teammates. And the knockback and the super bouncing on the safe. But look at this. Having said that, as BB is a good brawler, Hyper Bear there go for Clash. My goodness me. Blink and you missed it. Nita, dominant there. Wow.
Ursa Major shines bright in the sky. That Hyper Bear dealt a ton of damage and gave the first victory to Clash EU, who said that they need a BB, not them. Delivering that killer blow right off the bat and giving them the edge now in set number 3.
Yeah, it seems all you need is that Nita pick right now and a small window of opportunity to connect with the safe. And my goodness me, Hyper Bear does just show no mercy. Yeah, I mean, and the gadget as well, I've got to say for Nita, it's by far one of the strongest currently in the meta. So Nita definitely up there now as being a really strong brawler pick for Heist.
Yeah, a few Liverpudlians once said that all you need is love, but it seems in this Brawl Ball match, all you need is Nita. That Hyper Bear dealing out most of the damage on that safe and giving them a decisive lead. I don't know, are they going to swap out in favor of BB, or do you think that Rico setup was working to their advantage?
I really personally love playing Rico in Heist. I think he's kind of like underrated in that respect, and you can just have so much control of your lane. As long as you don't lose lane, then you're able to provide a lot of pressure for your team and kind of, again, herd your opponents where you want them to go. So I don't think personally, but Clash do mix things up. You never know.
All right, it's both Rico and Barley. The dual robot's going to be dishing out a ton of damage now, hoping to keep ZERØZONE at bay. They're going to have a bit of a difficult spot here trying to defend early on, but it looks like they've managed to do it, keeping all of those brawlers away from the safe. They're able to get a few shots of their own now as ZERØZONE are moving in. Guille drops a super on that enemy safe, bringing it down to 87%. He'll continue to apply more firepower after finishing off Audrey at the top.
ZERØZONE just not able to really kind of make a mark at the moment and just kind of feel, to me, a little bit loose and uncertain of themselves in this game of Heist. And Clash pushing very much together as a united front. And Dremel with Bear now going on the safe, but blocked nicely by ZERØZONE. That was nicely done by
Oh! A ton of damage from IKaos as he goes into the corner now. He's not looking to stay alive long, but he's looking to get a ton of damage out. Drops his gadget right before going down, and that enemy save is going to be down to 36%. A huge advantage for Clash EU as they are really giving us a masterclass in playing this Heist game mode, Ark.
Yeah, a lot of damage going in there. I don't think Clash got the bear off there, so this could be a chance here if ZERØZONE can just kind of stay calmer, more collected. Down goes actually to the left-hand side. Spoke too soon, Woody. Spoke too soon, but they do need to hold themselves better if they're going to be able to get more than just that little measly 7% of damage.
You get holed up in a little corner like that, and that bounce damage from the Rico shots will tear you to ribbons. Well done to Rico, dropping another gadget right on top of the safe for maximum firepower. Clash EU, in one of the most dominant sets that we've seen all day, have whooped up on ZERØZONE and will take a 2-1 set score lead now.
I mean, Heist really are... It's the game mode for Clash. It seems like they look so incredibly comfortable there, and ZERØZONE just not able to really kind of get their rhythm that we've seen today that's been working for them, and they're going to have to rethink things through. There's not much time now to turn it around. It'd be nice to go to the 5th and final set, but, you know, Clash are in their heads. You can't deny that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at the damage differential here. Over twice as much damage dealt by Clash. Just those long-range shots from Rico and being able to fire over the wall with Barley was just so super valuable here. And with the Robo Retreat star power as well on Rico, you can't reach him. Even if you get a hit or two off on him, he's going to run away faster than you can catch up when you're playing a close-range brawler like BB. And so it just seemed like there was very little that ZERØZONE could even do to make the comeback happen in that set. So can they make it happen? They'll need 2 in a row. The last 2 game modes are going to be Gym Grab and potentially Brawl Ball to finish off.
Yeah, a penalty kick I would love to see go to that map just purely because Sprout can be such a force on that particular map and very comical in the process being able to pocket the ball. But not nonetheless, Hard Rock Mine up first. We might even see Rico make an appearance again. He's quite good in this map.
All right, well, let's hop into it. We've got game number 1 coming up, and I don't see Rico on either team composition, but Sprout is coming back into the action for ZERØZONE here now.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Trevor going with the Rose pick. I like that. I think that could be the winning brawler for Clash that actually is going to put a lot of pressure on that left-hand side lane. Keep an eye on the gadget and the bushes that will be generating there.
Both teams will be playing BB, so that's some big, heavy action over there on the right side of the map to keep an eye on. Whichever BB goes down first, expect to see the rest of the team collapse around that side. Clash is going to be taking the early lead, though, with Guille as the gym carrier here, healing up and keeping heavy pressure over there on the left side. Trevor punching away, not able to take down Leopard, though, and Clash are going to be forced to retreat if they can't. Wow, actually, iChaos is going in hard in the paint, takes down Adrift, and it's going to make this a 2v2 after all.
Yeah, I like Leopard's positioning now. Good use of the gadget as well to knock Trevor down to under 3,000 HP. But again, that plant lifestyle power is going very much in the hands of Trevor. And I feel like Adrift needs to really kind of place his super to break up those bushes on that left-hand side there to really kind of expose Trevor more. At the moment, Clash with 8 gems are really close to countdown now. I like that super placement, but this is going to be cutting it fine for ZERØZONE if you ask me.
Ooh, Guille getting really low, down to 140 hit points, and he's really got to stay cool and heal back up if he wants to get back into the action anytime soon. Another gem, though, for Trevor, snuck in over on that left side of the map, and he was able to pick one off. Just a 10th gem for Clash, and they'll be able to get that countdown started. Here it goes, a team wipe, and Clash EU are on the path to victory.
It just goes to show one tiny misclick and it can just affect your entire team, and that super placement that Adrift did just didn't quite protect Leopard enough. And
it's not over. It's not over. I'm not sure why, but we just saw Trevor give away all of his gems to ZERØZONE, and now it's back in contention. ZERØZONE actually have the countdown going in their favor, and if they get this 11th gem, it might not be possible for Clash EU to catch up. They might need to get the kill on Adri. That's gonna be it. ZERØZONE, from the jaws of defeat, have pulled off the victory. Wow.
What? I mean, I didn't see that back. I don't even know how that happened. It looked like to me that Clash were comfortably on countdown and ready to kind of like just hunker down in their spawn. That did not happen. Bit of a miss, and now ZERØZONE take the round. I mean, I don't know
hate to see it, Ark. Such a brilliant lead claimed by Clash with only seconds remaining, and then Trevor, rather than pulling back into the spawn, was playing aggressively, trying to prevent his opponents from being able to push into their range. If I were to guess, I would say that Trevor was expecting his gem carrier, the Poco, to be able to grab the 10th gem, then figuring that even if he died, the opponents wouldn't be able to catch up. Instead, though, their Poco was retreating with only 9 gems, so when Trevor died, the countdown stopped. It gave an opportunity for ZERØZONE to grab all of those gems, plus the ones that had spawned in the middle, and at that point, there was no way for Clash to catch up.
Well, this could be really interesting now, Woody, because Clash having made that small blunder, that can absolutely root itself firmly within the team morale, and they need to now just kind of like forget what just happened and focus on the present. That is so important when that kind of dynamic is shifted, and we are going to see a bit of a brawler comp change. iChaos now going for BB, and I think that's probably a wise decision. I like also the B pick as well by ZERØZONE in retaliation.
Yeah, and a bit of an interesting matchup from both of these teams, changing their brawlers. I'm kind of wish that Clash had just kind of stuck with what they had. I think that it was working really well for them had it not been for a tactical error. The strategy seemed to be on point, but nevertheless, we've got a relatively tied-up game. I wish I could see what's going on the top of the map, though, because it looks like some BB action over on the left has got us distracted for now. Trevor is charging far up into the top to try to keep Guille safe, and it looks like we're finally kind of starting to stabilize again here with Adri in the center, going for that 6th gem, gets it, but it's got a bear chasing him down.
I've got to say, I really like what I'm seeing from ZERØZONE. I love Frustrated's position there, getting a lot of pressure on the spawn. I love Adri's awareness to the needed gadgets, and it was actually used by Trevor and effectively not to any avail. And now look at this. We are about to see potentially a countdown for ZERØZONE, and we could be going to Brawl Ball at this rate.
It's the set point right now. If ZERØZONE gets this countdown off, we are going to go to Brawl Ball indeed, Ark, and it looks like that's going to happen unless we see an upset turnaround just like we saw in the first game. I think that this is going to be over very soon. Congratulations to ZERØZONE getting that stomp down victory in Gym Grab off of what seemed like Clash's walk-away win.
Well, I mean, now it's just got really, really interesting. And, are ZERØZONE going to do the comeback, do the thing which is against their odds? And, in Brawl Ball, Sprout being on the cards, I mean, this really now is anyone's to play for.
Well, as we know, Sprout has come in really handy in the past, especially on defense in Brawl Ball, but can often get some offensive hits in as well. We saw Sprout being played very aggressively in the previous match, able to get quite a few goals for ZERØZONE. So let's see if the same is going to play true going into the final set of this matchup. ZERØZONE, a team that is new to this competition, but not new to the competitive scene, and they are proving that they've got the chops to stay up here with the best of them. Having taken down CODEMAGIC Purple, they will be going to the fight of their championship lives now in the final match today, the final set of the final match against CLASH EU.
One thing you've got to say about Clash is that they've been here time and time again. They're very, very experienced in that respect. Arguably, possibly more so than ZERØZONE in terms of, being in this place. And now it might come down to that experience here. It's going to be close. ZERØZONE have got that momentum. They're starting to bring it back. But Clash, again, they have the experience on their side. It's going to be really, really close.
It will be, and it's the sort of match that we come to the Brawl Stars Championship to see, going down to the wire between the juggernaut titan of CLASH EU, been in here for many, many months, one of the most well-known and well-respected teams, and ZERØZONE, the up-and-coming team that have been on everyone's minds all day today. After a dominant victory against CODEMAGIC Purple, they're looking to lick their chops once again and finish off their plate. They're going back for seconds, Ark.
Oh, they're going for seconds, for double starters, for triple desserts. They want to make a mark here today. They want to show everyone that they are a serious competitor. And to be honest, if they can take down Clash, I think that is going to raise not just eyebrows, but eyelids, eyeballs. It's gonna make a big statement if they can beat Clash now.
Raise heart rates too, maybe.
Yeah, well, they've raised mine already. To be honest, it's been a pleasure to watch them play today.
It sure has. We hope that you'll stay here tuned into the Brawl Stars Championship action by following and subscribing here on your favorite video watching device area, but also make sure to tune into us over on Twitter and Instagram, where you can get news about more competitions coming up in the future months. And also remember about the Brawl Talk coming up on May 9th. We rarely, if ever, get a heads up about something like that, but we're going to get news about a game update coming in just one short week if you stay with us here.
Yeah, absolutely. Turn on notifications because, we've announced that today here. Sort of updates, sneak peeks. Who knows? There may even be more to come in the future. And you don't want to miss out on a broadcast because you might get the upper hand in terms of what's going to be coming into the game soon.
All right, well, I'm really excited to get underway with the final set of today. CLASH EU versus ZERØZONE EU, both vying for championship in this region. It all comes down to who gets the win in this match here and now. It's going to be no clear advantage for either team starting off. It's going to be with just a little bit of an advantage, though, I guess now as ZERØZONE are moving in for the first attack.
Ooh, bit of a wasted wall there by that super from Adrift, and that's just going to be kind of... we got it back quickly to give the guys some credit. But you've got to remember, guys, since the balancing of Sprout, his walls can be completely eradicated by the team if they do have invincibility coming out of their spawn. So bear those things in mind. That will change the way the game is played in this particular map.
Okay, interesting note there. CLASH EU not playing too aggressively now. They're basically just going to reset the playing field here and see what ZERØZONE is going to do. ZERØZONE actually makes a really aggressive play here and is able to push CLASH back up into their spawn, forcing El Primo back He hasn't been able to get a big super off yet, and that's kind of what I've been waiting for. Launches into Leopard, but it doesn't even get the kill there. Trevor pushed back by Frustrator, might be the MVP for this ZERØZONE team.
Yeah, at the moment, it's definitely been ZERØZONE on the more aggressive side of things, getting more opportunities. But again, Clash with their patience, and they do pick their moments to do their pushes very, very specifically around that in mind. I mean, for me, I think you've got to take down Guille, really. You know, having Sprout with Super is such a strong thing to have when you're on the defense. And, you know, that was quite a nice little super there from a drift. But getting Sprout down, I think, for me, is going to make a big impact on which of these two teams are going to score first.
All right, well, we're down to 30 seconds now and no goal yet for either team. Remember, if we go to overtime, all of these obstacles are going to come crashing down just like the walls of Jericho. We are going to have 20 seconds remaining until that time happens. If you've got your super charged up, you want to keep onto it, because when those obstacles go down, you might have a clear shot at goal. Just need to get a little bit past that midpoint line, and a super could give you the win that you're looking for. Guille is going to make the shot. He's holding on to it. Oh, he throws his super away.
Yeah, I feel it might have been a misclick there, which might come back to bite, but if Trevor he can't even push because Leopard's there. And now, what turned into a really advantageous position for Clash has just turned into a more defensive one, as ZERØZONE have got a second chance. If that could have been there, done, and dusted, Woody.
Still lots of damage coming in from ZERØZONE, firing away as best they can, but they're being pushed back hard by this El Primo, finally getting a chance to take another breath here. We're at 35 seconds left, and Frustrator making his chance. Can he get that super off? Remember, he just has to get barely past that halfway point. That's the super shot! The goalie block from Guille keeps it out, and this game is still going on. Trevor for the shot! It's past the line! That's it! Clash have got the goal!
But it didn't come smoothly. I think it was a tricky angle at best for ZERØZONE, really. I mean, they were going to struggle to score from that position, in my opinion, but it was worth the shot. I think that, you know, the Clash got not lucky, but very fortunate in their respect, given the fact that that was almost a bit of a misplay towards the end of that game, Woody.
Wow, well, we might just have one more game. We went really deep in that last one, and I don't know how I even want to call it a misplay. I guess if you're talking about, yeah, that Sprout super shot off, that probably was a misclick there. But at that point, when you're that deep into the game and you've got that much writing on you, if you've got your thumb in just, 2 millimeters in the wrong direction, you might wind up with a misclick like that. But nevertheless, we're going to have another game to see if Clash really are the better team, or if ZERØZONE can pull off that reverse sweep once again.
Yeah, it often happens. I do it myself a lot as well in the game. If you're kind of constantly aiming, for example, and then you obtain your super, you need to kind of retract it to cancel it. And during that process, it can actually kind of let off super pass. But nevertheless, Clash are now one game away. If they can win this next game, they're going to be victorious today outright, and the pressure's on now for them to do that. If they don't, it's going to get really
as if the pressure hasn't been on them the entire day.
I know, right? The E group today has been on fire, you've got to admit.
Yeah, I think maybe the best regional group performance that we've seen of the Brawl Stars Championship of this year so far. So really pleased to see the high level of competition that we've reached, and looking forward to the conclusion, which will come in the next several minutes.
Again, we saw this already before with this early pushing up by ZERØZONE, and Clash are just going to be taking their time. They don't need to be going in too hastily, but are getting a nice spawn pinch. From Guille is going to force back. Look at this! Leopard and Andrew are now completely stuck behind this wall, allowing this Clash to push up. My goodness, be another one!
Oh, man. It's the double plant. It's a wall of growth that they're going to have to try to get past now. iChaos for the shot. It's in the goal.
Amazing start. I mean, what can you do when you've got 3 Sprout Superstars covering all possibility? You're going to push up. You're going to push up, continue the pressure, and that lets the goal now a lot now on the shoulders of ZERØZONE to do about now. But a good pass to Leopard. Might be able to score here now with that takedown.
Oh my goodness.
Going to level up the scoreboard on the goals, one apiece.
Wow, the return fire comes in hot, and Clash and ZERØZONE are once again tied up in this game. Much different from the last game that we just saw. This is some high score and really fast-paced action. Can we find a winner? Clash and ZERØZONE both vying to move on in this region as champions, but it's all come down to this final set. ZERØZONE at the disadvantage now, trying to find another opportunity to score, but it looks like Clash have got ball control and will be moving into the center field.
That for me was a really important super there by GA to shut down that right-hand side lane. It looked to me like ZERØZONE may have gone to score, and now look at this from Clash.
That's
but
it.
they can't. The wall is blocking. He's got to pass the GA.
Wow.
Zone just Leopard now.
Hold on, can he get in it? There it is!
Me! An amazing trick shot past the Trevor, and Clash will take it. My goodness me!
Congratulations to Clash EU in a bit of a pickle from the third match on, but able to pull it off nonetheless. ZERØZONE have really made a strong statement in this match here today, but Clash EU victorious and will advance. Congratulations to them.
Winning in style as well. What a great pass from Guille there to wrap things up for Clash. Another great month for them. Look at the kills, 26 to 12, and obviously the 3 goals to 1. A great day for Clash all round. But a very great performance from ZERØZONE. You can't take that away from them.
Absolutely, man. They really surprised me. A lot of times you see new teams come in, kind of testing the waters, dipping their toes in, but not really ready to make that full jump. ZERØZONE were the complete rewrites of that sort of story. Even though they didn't take the victory over Clash, they took them down to the wire. And I think that we've now got a really tough 4-way competition in the European region between CODEMAGIC Purple, Clash, SK Gaming, ZERØZONE, and many more great months to come. Thanks very much for tuning in, everyone. We had an awesome day today, and there's more action coming at you tomorrow. Big thanks to Supercell and ESL for being able to keep the show online, even under lockdown, and we hope that you'll stick with us. Let's send it now over to Falcone.
Now, again, that was another amazing match. Honestly, the European games today have been insane. But at the end of the day, Clash did take it down. ZERØZONE certainly have nothing to be disappointed about with their first appearance here, though. I'm sure we'll see them again in a future monthly finals. But let's talk MVP. Our most valuable player in the last match is going to go to Guille. And should it be much of a surprise after that amazing score in the end with the Brawl Ball games, vitally Guille making it through. Guille's been playing for 3 years. He focuses on focus, team play, and giving callouts. He's actually also very active on YouTube, so if you want to see how he makes these amazing plays and how you could become MVP, maybe you should go and check him out. But there you go. There's the gameplay as he passes to the Nita that just gets walked in. Vital team play there. Clash took it down. Let's take a look one last time at this group and see the final result. And I think we all know what it's going to be. Who's going to be on top? It's Clash winning both matches. CODEMAGIC Purple sadly on the bottom this time, 0-2. And ZERØZONE, again, they cannot be disappointed with their performance here. That is truly amazing for a first time. And we're going to be taking a look in a moment at the prize pool, and we will see what these players are taking home for themselves. $9,000 for Clash, $6,000 for ZERØZONE, and $4,000 for CODEMAGIC Purple is nothing to be upset about. But vitally, points mean prizes, right? We're going to take a look at the points for Europe and see what these matches mean for the global finals later this year, and look how close things are on top. No appearance from SK this month, but Clash and CODEMAGIC just edging themselves ahead. Clash now in the top spot, but this is one heck of a competitive region. ZERØZONE, given that this is their first performance, they still find themselves in 5th, but if they keep coming back, then we could see some amazing things from them soon. But seriously, Europe is a very competitive region. That is going to be us finished for today. We'll be back at 4 p.m. CEST tomorrow for our first match with the LATAM South group, and then later on in the day we're going to be having the North Americas and LATAM North group. So we've got 6 more matches coming at you again starting at 4 p.m. CEST tomorrow. So that is us finished for the day. I want to echo what Woody said. Thank you so much for ESL and Supercell for keeping this show going. Thank you to the amazing casters Tridd, Woody, and Ark. We hope that you've enjoyed the show, and we'll see you again tomorrow.